Chapter 29:17. One blow. Just one blow, and the golden-robed youth was instantly slapped away by Yi Shiwen like a dead dog. It was not a normal defeat, but a direct slap. It was the most humiliating way of defeat. Everyone who thought that they could see a fierce battle was completely dumbfounded. The difference was too big. The golden-robed youth was famous for reminiscing about the past, the Celestial clan's 3 friends. Although his reputation outside was still a little small, it was only a matter of time before he became famous. But now he was slapped to the ground like a dead dog. How would he have the face to go out and fight for hegemony in the future? All his defenses, all his laws had completely collapsed. He was completely vulnerable. Ah! The golden-robed youth roared in a low voice, like a wounded beast that was growling in a low voice. Half of his body had cracks, and his body was almost torn apart by Yi Shiwen in midair. He screamed and roared at the same time. He was just about to stand up, but his neck was directly grabbed by a hand, like a rooster being strangled. There was a terrifying force all over his body that suppressed his spiritual power and cultivation. At this time, he was like an ordinary person. He felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe, and his face was extremely pale. His whole body was twitching, but he could not break Yi Shiwen's seal. He even began to roll his eyes, like a little chick being grabbed. Everyone had the same feeling in their hearts. This Yi Shiwen was humiliating him, humiliating the dignified Celestial clan's 3 friends. Although they did not know where he came from, this was a little too fierce. Everyone could see that Yi Shiwen was humiliating the golden-robed youth. And Yi Shiwen did not care because he was humiliating him. Thinking that Yi Qianqian might be injured by them, and that many people from the Hidden Alliance would be injured, Yi Shiwen could not control the murderous intent in his heart. Bang! While everyone was still immersed in this shock, they saw Yi Shiwen ruthlessly throw the golden-robed youth to the ground, and then directly stepped on his face. You are courting death. Even if you are from the dynasty, I can't save you. The purple-robed youth's face was extremely ugly. Although the person being trampled was not him, the Celestial clan's 3 friends were of the same branch. At this time it was as if his face was being stepped on, and it was burning. At the same time he was extremely shocked. Others might not know. But as one of the Celestial clan's 3 friends, how could he not know how terrifying this golden-robed youth was? Even he might not be able to win easily, and such a person was played by this guy in front of him like a toy. He had no strength to fight back at all. Just like this, it was enough to show how terrifying this guy was. I don't need anyone to save me, but you better think clearly about who is going to save you today. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. Even though they did not say a word, but there was a I, and I the I friends, Yi friend, and I of brothers. Suddenly, the purple-robed youth and the red-robed woman moved at the same time. The 2 of them broke through the sky and attacked Yi Shiwen from both sides. The fate of the golden-robed young man made it clear to them that they had no chance of winning one-on-one. They had no idea where this monster had come from, but he was so terrifying that he was almost on par with the Lord of Nothingness. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them attacked from both sides, but Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry at all. He did not look worried at all. The attacks of the 2 were already in front of him, and at this moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly moved. He directly rushed towards the purple-robed youth on the left. There were no extra movements. It was just a simple punch that contained the power of endless thunder. In an instant, it broke through everything. It was a big move, a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Countless thunder laws appeared at this moment, wrapping around the fist. Then it rotated violently, forming a terrifying whirlwind, and suddenly rushed in front of the purple-robed youth. The martial arts torrent that the purple-robed youth directly blasted out was broken the moment it touched Yi Shiwen's thunder fist. It was useless at all. Then it was directly blasted in the chest. Bang! The purple-robed young man let out a blood-curdling screech and was instantly sent flying. Even the sky was blasted away. He was sent flying thousands of miles away. tens of thousands of miles away. Die! A delicate shout came from behind Yi Shiwen's head. He saw that the red-robed woman's hand turned into a palm of shocking light. There was the power of thunder shining in her hand. It turned out to be the same as Yi Shiwen. They both cultivated the power of thunder. At this time it was completely released, and it slapped towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! This blow directly blasted on Yi Shiwen's body. Two different powers of thunder collided, and a shocking light burst out. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be filled with the power of thunder. The thunder laws engulfed all other laws. No one could see what was happening. They only heard a muffled sound that directly hit the hearts of everyone. Then a figure directly flew out. It was none other than the red-robed woman, and she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. There was a palm print on her chest, and her body was pierced through. This palm was extremely powerful, and this palm was extremely terrifying. At this time, the endless power of thunder had just dissipated. In this power of thunder, Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back, like a tyrant in the power of thunder. What immortal dawn, 3 friends. Just SOSO. With such a level, how dare you laugh at our garrison faction? Yi Shiwen said softly, just at a level that everyone could hear. He was now watching the show, and he didn't care if things got out of hand. He couldn't wait for the garrison faction and the seal faction to directly fight on the spot. It would be better if they fought to the death. Hearing Yi Shiwen's words, sure enough, the expressions of the people of the Heavenly Clan were completely different. The garrison faction naturally felt extremely happy. They let the seal faction talk about what happened in the past all day long and constantly suppressed their living space by relying on their superior cultivation. Now they were getting their retribution. Yi Shiwen wanted to tell them that the garrison faction was not useless. They also had such a great master, and it was definitely not just an idea alone. The complexions of the members of the seal faction had turned extremely ugly. Yi Shiwen had successfully transformed the grudge between him and the 3 friends of the Immortal Dawn sect into a grudge between the Guardian faction and the Seal faction. Even if it didn't erupt immediately, the seeds that had been planted would eventually sprout one day. At this time, the Immortal Dawn 3 friends had already been seriously injured by him, especially the golden-robed young man, who was still under his feet, unable to move at all. Even when he was about to die, he probably wouldn't know how he had offended such a terrifying master. If he was given a chance to choose again, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to show off here. He would have directly passed through the seal. Why did he have to show off here? Suddenly, a strange change occurred. A terrifying storm tore through the boundless wind and directly formed behind Yi Shiwen's head. Then, it rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. I almost forgot about your existence, but what use do you think it is? Yi Shiwen sneered and turned around to meet this surprise attack with his palm. Bang! A violent explosion erupted in an instant, and a figure stumbled out of the void. Wasn't that the coachman who was driving the carriage just now? His strength could also be said to be mysterious, and he definitely had the cultivation of a peak quasi-emperor. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know why a person with such cultivation was driving the carriage, there must be a special reason. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about this. He directly covered it with his palm. The figure seemed to have turned into the wind and was slapped by Yi Shiwen's palm. He couldn't maintain this posture on the spot and directly fell out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was not a celestial race, but a special race in the heavens. He was a half-spirit and belonged to the wind attribute. He could naturally turn into a wind-like existence, and no one would be able to detect him at all. This was why he could suddenly rush in front of Yi Shiwen. However, at this time, after being seriously injured, he couldn't maintain his transformation. This is a bit interesting magical power. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly, and suddenly turned into a huge thunder qilin and rushed forward. Although this coachman was mysterious, his combat strength was not as good as the golden-robed youth, and he was directly swallowed on the spot. Rumble! The thunder Qilin instantly exploded and directly blew the coachman into pieces. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and his flesh and blood collapsed. He couldn't be more dead. Murder! Murder! Many people exclaimed. Previously, no matter how Yishuin taught them, he had not killed anyone. Now he directly had the intention to kill. This time, both sides would definitely not leave the matter at that. The Xianxia three friends also had their own forces behind them. Was there really going to be a collision at the imperial level? The confrontation between ordinary disciples was not enough to cause the two imperial dynasties to fight, but at the level of the Xianxia three friends, they belonged to the big shots in the imperial dynasties, and they could not be compared at all. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted softly, and then felt that there were more and more powerful auras around him. Obviously, there were powerful masters coming. The battle just now should have alarmed the elders stationed here. Although he was not afraid, now was obviously not the time for a big battle. He had to rush to the origin place, where the other side of the seal was to stop the Emperor and I. He couldn't cause unnecessary trouble here. Thinking of this, he directly grabbed the three Celestial Dawn immortal trio who had already been beaten half to death in his hand. Then he suddenly took a step forward, turned into a ball of lightning, and instantly passed through the crack in the seal. Chapter 29:18. Yi Shiwen instantly passed through the seal. The moment he passed through the seal, a monstrous force descended from the sky from the seal, trying to suppress him. However, another terrifying force surrounded him, resisting the suppression of the seal. A powerful and terrifying force, the power of the Emperor of the Sky Clan, came from an unknown place. It was resisting the seal and even destroying it. When Yi Shiwen appeared, he was already in eternal darkness. He came to the edge of a huge continent. This continent was endless. Even the heaven realm among the myriad heavens was not as big as 1% of this continent. At the edge of this continent was endless chaos. It was hundreds or even thousands of times more violent than any chaos that Yi Shiwen had seen before. As everyone knew, the endless world existed in the endless chaos. Just like the continent floating on the sea, the closer the chaos was to the world, the more stable it would be because of the existence of the rules and the world. The farther away from the stable world, the more violent the chaos was. It was like the deep sea far away from the continent, violent and boundless. Judging from the situation of this chaos, it was definitely far away from the myriad heavens. If there was no seal, Yi Shiwen would not even be able to sense the existence of the myriad heavens. Creating such a continent amidst the violent chaos and being able to maintain it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. In fact, it was not something that a single imperial monarch could do. It would only be possible if several imperial monarchs joined forces. At the edge of this continent, there were powerful laws and energy protecting this continent from being swallowed by the endless chaos. This was also the great power that only an emperor could achieve. This was the place where the Sky Clan resided at the other end of the sealed land. Yi Shiwen could also feel a powerful force rushing from the continent, then rushing towards the seal, shaking the seal. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and released the Immortal Dawn three friends. This is... The young man in the golden robe opened his eyes reluctantly and found that he did not know when he had returned to the other end of the sealed land. It made him feel as if he was dreaming. What happened just now was just a nightmare that would be fine once he woke up. But when he saw Yi Shiwen, he completely reacted. This was not a nightmare at all, but reality. You damned garrison faction. You still dare to come here? The golden-robed young man cursed, but he was out of breath. He was so badly injured that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Humph! Yi Shiwen coldly snorted. You should also be allowed to enter the origin land. Tell me, what kind of qualifications do you need to enter the origin land? You are not from the Tian clan. The golden-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes wide. Although he was seriously injured, he was not stupid. He immediately understood the reason why Yi Shiwen asked this question. Yi Shiwen would have been invited to the Origin Land if he was a member of the Heaven race. The Land of Origin was simply out of reach for the ordinary heavenly race. They didn't dare to dream about it. However, it wouldn't be difficult for Yi Shiwen to obtain a quota with his strength. The only possibility was that he wasn't a heavenly race. So he didn't dare to expose himself in front of everyone. Yes, it seems that you haven't become a fool yet, Yi Shiwen said with a smile, not denying it. You, an outsider like you, actually dares to barge into my Tian clan's land and even dare to covet the Origin Land. You are crazy. The purple-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke with great difficulty. Crazy? He maybe. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly. As the saying goes, if you don't go crazy, you can't live. Yi Shiwen's tone was incomparably relaxed. Don't even think about it. We won't tell you. The red-robed woman gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Shiwen. She said angrily, It doesn't matter. Anyway, this kind of condition is not a secret. You should know after asking. Since you are not willing to say it, then it is of no value. Yi Shiwen's expression slowly became cold. You will die. That is not the myriad heavens. There are emperor lords of my clan guarding there. You actually want to sneak in. You are courting death. The purple-robed youth also looked at Yi Shiwen in a daze, because he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would be so crazy to enter the origin land of the heavenly race. It was as if he didn't dare to imagine himself touching the ancestral land of the human race. Emperor lords, yes, but there is no other choice. Yi Shiwen naturally also knew that even if DNI achieved Tao, it would definitely not be comparable to those old emperor lords of the heavenly race. However, those old emperor lords would not be able to pass the seal in a short time. On the contrary, DNI could achieve Tao in the myriad heavens. The direct threat was even more terrifying than the other emperor lords of the heavenly race. I came this time to kill DNI. Don't you hate him to death? Now it's just right. I can also help you to fulfill an unfulfilled wish. No matter how big the grudge between us is, it is also an internal matter of our heavenly race. Since, when do we need an outsider to help us take revenge? You won't succeed. The golden-robed youth's expression changed slightly. Even if he didn't like DNI, he was also very clear about what DNI meant to the entire heavenly race at this stage. The heavenly race in the myriad heavens was no longer as powerful as it was at the beginning. The battlefront of both sides slowly stabilized. They lacked the ability to make a decisive decision, and there was even a possibility of a reversal. If something went wrong, the heavenly race would be banished and sealed again. The consequences were not something they could bear. In order to break through the sealed land, the heavenly race had worked hard for tens of thousands of years before they succeeded. Next time, it would not be so easy and simple. The allied forces of the various races must be on guard. It's none of your business whether we succeed or not. However, if we need a certificate to enter the origin land, then the most important thing must be with you. Anyway, it can't run away. Yi Shiwen said confidently. I'll tell you. The golden-robed youth suddenly said coldly, We have a token on us. Only through that token can we enter the origin land. It will only be issued when the origin land is open. When it is over, it will be taken back. You actually told him about this? The purple-robed youth's eyes widened. In his eyes, there was incomparable hatred, as if he had seen a traitor. Do you think I'm a traitor? The golden-robed youth laughed loudly. I'm dead, but I want to see him die. He's crazy. If he dares to enter the origin land, only death awaits him, let alone an outsider like him. Even we will die if we dare to enter the forbidden land. If I don't see the hope of his death, I won't be reconciled. I won't be reconciled. I actually have such a day. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. As he laughed, the golden-robed youth suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood, and blood kept spurting out. The purple-robed youth's eyes were incomparably desolate. Yes, the celestial dawn three friends were considered to be powerful in the heavenly race. Since when did they have to rely on killing their enemy like this? The man in front of them was really too terrifying. Except for the Emperor, they could not imagine who else could kill him. Even the Lord of Nothingness and a few other people would not be able to do so. The golden-robed youth was not afraid that Yi Shiwen would not go. As long as he wanted to kill the NID, then he must enter the origin land. Yi Shiwen did not care. The golden-robed youth was honest, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Then Yi Shiwen asked him about the location of the origin land. Then he threw them into the demon flag and fed them to the demon race. I'll be watching from below, waiting to see how you die. Ha ha ha, we'll meet again in the Yellow Springs soon. Yi Shiwen stepped on an electric light and submerged into that huge continent. The entire continent was incomparably prosperous, and there were countless heavenly race living on it. Those heavenly race that had come to the myriad heavens were actually only a part of it. It was just that compared to the heavenly race that had already left, the heavenly race that remained on this continent was generally much weaker. After all, the heavenly race was still in the stage of conquering the world. Even if these civilians migrated over, they could be killed by the battle at any time. The origin land of the heavenly race was the most important and extremely profound place on this continent. It should be said that the entire continent was constructed with the origin land as the core. In the past, the heavenly race was defeated and exiled. It was with the origin land as the core that they were able to survive in the endless chaos. After so many years, they slowly expanded the continent. Under normal circumstances, ordinary heavenly race was not allowed to approach the origin land. Only when it was opened at a fixed time would a group of heroes go there to find opportunities and obtain inheritance. The strength of the heavenly race that was sealed and exiled was far better than the heavenly race that stayed behind. Not only because the main elite experts were sealed and exiled, but most importantly, the entire continent was actually guarded by several emperor lords. Those heavenly race that were sealed and exiled could still receive the guidance of the emperor lords. Although they lacked resources, the speed of their growth was far better than the heavenly race that was suppressed outside. The origin land of the heavenly race was immersed in a gray mist. Usually it was blocked by a maze. Only at specific times would a passage be opened. All the geniuses that received the message would gather together. Yi Shiwen faintly saw that in the void there were several tyrannical auras guarding the entrance of the passage. It was to prevent random people from breaking in, and also to prevent some extremely dangerous things from the origin land from breaking out and harming the continent. Chapter 29:19. Yi Shiwen stepped on a ball of lightning and rushed directly into the passage. He was so fast that the tyrannical auras couldn't catch him. It seemed that he had disappeared in a flash. "Who is this?" an ancient being asked. "I don't know, but he has an entry certificate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the origin ground and would be expelled. He should be an arrogant junior." Someone explained. Nowadays, the juniors are more arrogant and despotic than the previous one. Ha 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 ha, what's so strange about that? We weren't much better than them in the past. At that time, we were also unconvinced of those authorities. We wanted to create our own era. That's right. That was a very long time ago. At this point, there was silence again. No one spoke again. These old antiques fell into cultivation again. Cultivation had almost become their instinct. They had to cultivate all the time. Yi Shiwen rushed into the land of origin and immediately felt an invisible coercion crushing down on him. This side of the world had faintly formed a repulsive force against him. He frowned slightly. His disguise could deceive the celestial race, but it couldn't deceive this world. The laws of this world would automatically reject people who were not from the celestial race. Of course, it didn't pose any fatal threat to him. However, his strength was suppressed. This was an unavoidable problem. There was no origin of the celestial race in his body. This was also inevitable. This was because he had cultivated the ruler's sword technique. Otherwise, the rejection would be more serious. He could deceive the outside continent with the aura of the ruler's sword technique, but he couldn't deceive the origin ground of the celestial race. This side of the world was too dangerous. Even the god burial star sea, where emperors had fallen, didn't feel so dangerous. Yi Shiwen went all the way forward. The origin ground was very big. He could only search slowly. He looked for some adventures while looking for the whereabouts of the rebellious emperor. However, according to the young man in the golden robe, the rebellious emperor was likely to receive the inheritance in the center of the origin ground. This was the most likely because the inheritance he was going to receive would not be an ordinary inheritance. It would be the inheritance of an emperor. Not only him, there were also some extremely powerful geniuses from the Tian clan who would go and accept the inheritance. If they could be chosen, then they would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This also included the Lord of Nothingness who had just dealt a heavy blow to the secret alliance. Therefore, Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry. Suddenly, the world in front of him began to distort. Ferocious ancient Qi suddenly condensed, and with a deafening roar, the crowd saw a huge, ferocious beast taking shape in the void. This huge beast was a huge wolf. Its huge body was like an ancient sacred mountain, and every strand of hair on its body was as thick as a huge ancient tree. Its entire body was like a huge mountain, and it had a great deterrent force. His fangs were like two sharp swords, tearing the sky apart as he pounced towards Yi Shiwen. How could this be? Why would I encounter this beast ancestor? A shout came from beside Yi Shiwen. In this area, Yi Shiwen wasn't the only one. There were many people nearby. They were all elites among the elites of the Tian clan, and geniuses among geniuses. However, when they saw this huge wolf, they almost fainted. Back then, it was said that the beast was about to become a monarch. Later on, after it was killed by a monarch of my Tian clan, it was placed in the origin grounds. Who would have thought that after so many years, not only was his primordial spirit not destroyed, it had even recovered to this extent? Someone exclaimed in a low voice, recognizing the identity of this huge wolf. It was also an existence that commanded an area in the past. It could even threaten an emperor, and an emperor had to personally come out to kill it. Many people wailed. Why did we encounter this beast right at the beginning? Didn't they say that the area near the origin grounds passage was not dangerous? An existence of this level was obviously not something that could be encountered under normal circumstances. They really didn't know whether they were lucky or unlucky. Otherwise, how could they encounter this beast? Let's fight it out with him. He wants to swallow us all and refine our flesh and blood to grow new flesh and blood. Someone roared. They had opened their heaven eyes and could clearly see that this giant wolf was only left with an incomparably huge skeleton. As for the flesh and blood on its body, it was clearly just an illusory body of energy and not real flesh and blood. However, if they were swallowed, the situation would be completely different. They could definitely regrow their flesh and blood. In that case, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Did the emperor of the Tian clan have to intervene in the competition of the origin grounds again? At that time, they would inevitably be labeled as incompetent. Moreover, this origin grounds was very mysterious. Even the emperor of the Tian clan couldn't casually interfere in this area. They could only occasionally use their great power to interfere. These experts all roared and attacked. These people were the elites of the Tian clan, although they might not be comparable to the immortal Dawn Three Friends. Their strength was still above the quasi-emperor realm. When they joined hands, they were still mighty and extremely terrifying. However, when these attacks fell on the body of the huge wolf, they were useless. They were directly bounced off. And at this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly turned into a huge thunder chilin. It suddenly hit the body of the huge wolf. Rumble! Countless lightning blessings transformed into scriptures and spread out in all directions. Everyone seemed to see this thunder scripture directly turn into a world. That was the center of the entire universe. In an instant, a huge bloody hole appeared on the body of the giant wolf. Blood sprayed out, and it screamed again and again. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Shiwen. They were a little confused. Who was this person? He was too strong. Their joint attack couldn't hurt this huge wolf at all. They had no choice but to ask the emperor to intervene. However, this man in the thunder had seriously injured the huge wolf with just one attack. Their eyes flashed with extreme shock. Many people started to have thoughts in their hearts, especially since Yi Shiwen was so powerful. This made them want to rely on him. After all, this place was so dangerous. If they could become the follower of a peerless powerhouse, then their chances of survival would be greatly increased. However, those famous peerless experts all had a large number of followers. There was simply no room for them to join. However, this person in front of them was different. It was obvious that he was alone, and he didn't have any followers. Roar! That giant wolf howled. Instantly the earth trembled. Boundless origin qi swept out. Back then, it was able to force a monarch to personally come out and kill it. This was enough to prove how terrifying it was. Based on Yi Shiwen's many years of experience, those who could be personally killed by an emperor were only the giant beast ancestor, the ghost emperor who had not yet achieved enlightenment, and a few others. The rest didn't even have the chance to have such honor. His movement was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. His eyes were incomparably fierce. He looked at Yi Shiwen with an ominous glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha, good beast. You came at the right time. I happen to lack a suitable weapon. I will accept your fangs. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He didn't retreat. Instead, he directly rushed forward and blasted a punch wrapped in the endless power of thunder. Bang! Yi Shiwen's punch landed on the body of the huge wolf. The giant wolf let out a blood-curdling screech as his entire head exploded on the spot. His body of flesh and blood, which was formed from energy, immediately disintegrated, revealing a mass of white bones within. That was where his foundation was located. Even if he was killed by an emperor, countless years had passed. His flesh and blood body had decayed, but the bones in his body hadn't decayed. One could imagine how strong it was. However, before everyone could react, they saw Yi Shiwen taking a step forward. He directly rushed forward, grabbed the two fangs of the huge wolf with both hands, and suddenly exerted force. Everyone only heard a loud bang, and then they only saw that the giant wolf's fangs were abruptly broken. The huge wolf screamed again and kept retreating. His eyes were also filled with extreme horror when he looked at Yi Shiwen. Then he frantically fled backward. He had already seen that the guy in front of him was too terrifying. He could completely suppress him with just his flesh. If he was still in his peak state, he naturally wouldn't be afraid to fight. Unfortunately, he wasn't in his peak state at all. It was fine to scare ordinary experts of the Heavenly Clan. Now that he encountered Yi Shiwen, he completely met an iron plate. He didn't dare to hope to get back at Yi Shiwen. He quickly fled into the distance. Don't go, stay here. Yi Shiwen formed a big hand and grabbed towards the huge wolf. The giant wolf was instantly caught in his hand. Countless lightning bolts turned into chains and imprisoned him. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. On the contrary, the more he struggled, the more his flesh and blood were blasted by the power of the lightning. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Roar! 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 The huge wolf kept roaring, trying to break free. It's useless. With your current strength, you won't be able to break free. Yi Shiwen faintly smiled and started to circulate the mnemonic formula that he had inherited from the Tool Emperor. The two huge fangs were refined at an astonishing speed in his hands. They quickly transformed into two silver-white long blades and flickered with the power of thunder. Chapter 2920. Yi Shiwen was now almost standing at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor. There was no difficulty in refining the divine tool. It was just a matter of minutes. There was no difficulty at all. Roar! This roaring giant wolf was constantly struggling in the lightning net, but it could not break free from Yi Shiwen's lightning net. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the giant wolf's body exploded in the air. It was blasted into pieces by the lightning net on the spot. So scary. Everyone finally came back to their senses after Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared in front of them. Who the hell is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't know either. Could it be a hidden senior? Recently, many people have received invitations. There are many qualified people. There may be hidden peak quasi-emperors. This time it is different. There is an emperor lord personally taking action. It is not necessarily only the rebellious emperor who can get the emperor lord's inheritance. Many people were discussing, but there was still no way to see Yi Shiwen's identity. Yi Shiwen had become one of the most dreadful experts under the sovereign emperor realm in their hearts after he had launched a single attack. Yi Shiwen walked in the land of origin. The surrounding space was distorting all the time. It was manifesting all the time. It was hard to tell how many times heavier the principles here were compared to the outside world. The deeper he went, the more he could feel this strong pressure. It made it difficult for people to breathe, but it was also because of this that it could hone everyone's strength. However, Yi Shiwen did not care at all. Although he did not show it, there was the existence of the Tao tool in his body. No matter how heavy the laws were, it could not affect his actions. For him, this was a kind of training and enlightenment. In the land of origin, the most ancient laws of the Tian clan manifested. The more Yi Shiwen walked in, the more things he saw, and the more he could understand the origin of the Tian clan. There were many ancient books and records in the origin land. Most of them had been eroded by the cold wind. However, some of them had still remained. Yi Shiwen had come to understand many secrets of a heavenly race for the first time through these things. These were things that could not be known from the outside. The deeper he went, the worse the environment inside. In many places, even a quasi-emperor would die if they were not careful. A year later, a saying instantly spread throughout the entire land of origin. A portion of the Pill Emperor's body had reappeared in this origin ground. When the news first came out, no one believed it. But soon the news spread like wildfire, especially regarding the cause and effect of this matter. They quickly spread it out. It turned out that this part of his body was cut off by the Tian clan's emperor lord when he was fighting with him and sealed it until now. Only now did he finally grind away the essence, energy, and spirit of the Dan emperor in his body and finally reappear in the world. Many people became excited when they heard this news. One must know that Dan Di, in order to attain the Tao, had refined his own body into a supreme medicine. A part of his body was a supreme medicine, and after swallowing it, his cultivation would explosively increase. From then on, it would advance by leaps and bounds. It was not a problem at all. The place where the Pill Emperor's body was located was an inheritance altar. The monarch who had sealed him back then had left behind a huge seal here. In order to obtain that part of the Pill Emperor's body, one must become the successor of that monarch. In other words, one must be favored by that monarch. How could everyone not be excited? Especially since these were two great benefits. One could obtain a part of the Pill Emperor's body. After swallowing it, one's cultivation would explosively increase. Moreover, one could become the successor of that supreme monarch. More and more people rushed to the inheritance altar as these rumors spread. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. If he could obtain a part of the Pill Emperor's body, he could use it to cultivate for countless years. This would allow him to truly step into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. He would not miss such an opportunity. It was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One must know that there were many inheritances in the land of origin that were in a situation where no one had inherited them. However, even if one obtained an inheritance, it would generally take a long time to refine it. It was impossible to have such an immediate effect like this. Not to mention, a medicinal pellet that was effective for Yi Shiwen now was not something that could be found under ordinary circumstances. In just a few days, Yi Shiwen arrived near the inheritance altar according to the rumors. He saw that there were huge hurricanes blowing near the inheritance altar. Any one of these hurricanes could blow away the bones and flesh of a divine king. It seemed to be blocking everyone's way. This wind is so strange. Could it be the legendary netherworld ghost wind? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Countless information flashed through his mind. Soon, he identified that this was the legendary netherworld ghost wind. This kind of wind did not seem to be formed naturally. It could only be produced in the darkest places. Now that there are so many of them, it was abnormal no matter how one looked at it. Around this netherworld ghost wind, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that many tyrannical figures were watching. Obviously, many people also wanted to obtain the monarch's inheritance inside. However, they did not want to rush in rashly. There is a pillar inside. There is a switch on the pillar. Yi Shiwen's eyes were like torches. He instantly saw a pillar in the depths of the netherworld ghost wind. There was a switch on the pillar. Soon, Yi Shiwen heard from the conversations of those people. Just as Yi Shiwen had guessed, the switch on the pillar with simple patterns was the switch to turn off the netherworld ghost wind. If there was no switch to turn off, even a peak quasi-emperor would not be able to rush in. Although this pillar was within the netherworld ghost wind, it was only at the outermost periphery. It was still possible to rush in for a short time. At least, Yi Shiwen was very confident. If there is a switch, there should be a key. Yi Shiwen immediately judged. Soon, the matter about the key was also found out by the resourceful people. There were a total of 7 keys. Only when 7 keys were gathered could it be possible to turn off the netherworld ghost wind. These keys were scattered all over the land of origin. Soon the first key appeared. For a while, a reign of terror was set off. Everyone began to fight crazily, although everyone knew that a key could not turn on the switch and turn off the netherworld ghost wind. Only with a key in hand would one have the right to speak. Only then would one have the possibility to enter the inheritance altar. Everyone understood this principle. If one wanted to enter the inheritance altar, one must be qualified. And these keys were the qualifications. In order to compete for this qualification, everyone launched an astonishing fight. Although they were all from the celestial race, their fight was no worse than that of the outsiders. For a while, blood flowed like a river. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. Yi Shiwen did not participate in this matter because there was no need at all. Anyway, no matter who obtained the key in the end, they would come to the inheritance altar. At that time, he could just snatch all of them. Moreover, he hoped that these celestial race people would suffer heavy casualties. It would reduce a great deal of pressure on the allied forces. Since this inheritance was so important, Yi Shiwen not only had to do it for himself, but also for the allied forces. Otherwise, the celestial race might cast an incomparably powerful expert in a short time. Since the news of the first key had spread, the rest of the keys soon appeared one after another. This made the competition even more intense. It was like a flesh mill. A large number of experts and managers fell. Soon, these 7 keys had owners. However, there were not 7 owners. In fact, there were only 3 people. Within the celestial race, especially within the Seal faction, there were also well-known existences. Yi Shiwen heard one of the names, and his eyes burst with a shocking, killing intent. That person was the Lord of Nothingness. Enemies were bound to meet. Although the origin source grounds were huge, there were only a few people who could catch the eye of people of their level. In addition to the Lord of Nothingness, there were 2 other terrifying existences in the celestial race. They were the Lord of Sky Origin and the Lord of 10,000 Treasures. The reputation of these 2 people was not inferior to that of the Lord of Nothingness. In fact, they were even better. Many people knew that there was no hope. However, they were not willing to give up. One after another, they came to the inheritance altar. Perhaps there would be more changes. They might still have a chance. Soon, the first owner of the 7 keys arrived. It was the Lord of 10,000 Treasures. The Lord of 10,000 Treasures was a young man with a handsome face. His whole body was shining with the aura of treasures. It had almost materialized. It had transformed into his domain and his divine kingdom. It was protecting him at all times. No one could sneak attack him. The Lord of 10,000 Treasures. Hiss, he is more powerful than I imagined. It is said that he has countless magic treasures. That's why he is called the Lord of 10,000 Treasures. I don't know if it's true or not. Someone said in a low voice, "He has 3 keys. He has the most keys among the 3 people." I have arrived. Are the 2 friends not willing to come out and meet me? The Lord of 10,000 Treasures stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was an extremely confident look on his face. Good. What a good Lord of 10,000 Treasures! A young man in a magnificent robe appeared in front of everyone. He was stepping on a rainbow light. He was the second of the 3 people to arrive. He was the Lord of Sky Origin. Since you're all here, then it's just as well. All of you hand over your keys. I alone am enough to obtain the Emperor Monarch's inheritance. An unruly young man appeared in front of everyone, while stepping on a streak of light. Chapter 29-21. Master of Nothingness, do you have a death wish? The Master of Sky Origin stared coldly at the arrogant man. That's right. How dare you say such a thing? Are you planning to take the Emperor Lord's inheritance for yourself? The Master of Million Treasures looked at the Master of Nothingness coldly. Although you have quite a reputation, you don't stand a chance against any of us. Are you trying to force us to join forces to kill you first? Join forces? Ha ha ha! Do you think I'm afraid of you joining forces? The Master of Nothingness laughed loudly, as if he did not care about the 2 of them joining forces. Trash on top of trash is still trash. Do you think I'm afraid? Good, good, good. I think you've really lost your mind. The Master of Million Treasures sneered. In that case, Master of Sky Origin, let's join forces and kill him first. We'll let him know that he doesn't have the final say in this world. All right, that's exactly what I'm thinking. The Master of Sky Origin let out a long roar and took the initiative to attack. A strong martial arts was swept out and locked onto the Master of Nothingness. There was a hint of anger on his face. The Master of Nothingness's words were clearly disregarding him. This was intolerable. Strike of Sky Origin. The Master of Sky Origin roared and slammed his palm down on the Master of Nothingness. In an instant, the sky and earth rapidly collapsed. Is this all you've got? The Lord of Nothingness sneered. His body instantly turned into a boundless radiance. Everything in the world was turned into nothingness. This was the power of his nomological law of nothingness, turning everything in the world into nothingness. The Master of Sky Origin's attack was drowned out by the law of nothingness before it could land on him. It did not hurt him at all. Don't be too arrogant. At that moment, the Master of Million Treasures roared. His entire body exuded an earth-shattering treasure aura. It surrounded his body and formed an earth-shattering hurricane. In the midst of this boundless hurricane, the Master of Million Treasures instantly turned into 4 figures. Each figure had an extremely powerful aura that could kill all enemies in an instant. Moreover, the combined might of these 4 people was simply unimaginable. Master of Myriad Treasures, is this the Myriad Treasures clone that you relied on to become famous? I heard that they're all clones that you refined using ancient artifacts. They have 90% of your original strength and are very powerful. It's almost equivalent to facing 4 of you. The Lord of Nothingness said slowly. It's too late for you to react now. Under my Myriad Treasures clone, no one in the same realm is a match for me. I didn't want to use it so soon, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 4 Myriad Treasures masters spoke at the same time, and their voices seemed to resound from all directions. Reacted? Ha 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 ha. You think too highly of yourself. Invincible in the same realm. I will break your myth today. The Lord of Nothingness laughed heartily and charged forward. He actually fought the 4 lords of 10,000 treasures at the same time. 5 silhouettes clashed fiercely in the sky. Each of them was an existence that looked down on the heavens and earth. Each of them possessed terrifying strength that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. How could this be? Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise. We haven't even entered, and such a fierce battle has already erupted. If this continues, what will happen? 2 of them, no. 3 of them are peerless heroes. They all have trump cards. If this continues, I think it will take decades before there is a clear winner. Everyone discussed the matter. However, in their opinion, the outcome of the battle between the 3 of them wouldn't be decided so easily. Although the Lord of Nothingness didn't know why he provoked the other 2, he definitely had his reasons and confidence after thinking about it. This made the matter even more puzzling and confusing. At the side, the Lord of Sky Origin was happy to see the Master of Myriad Treasures and the Lord of Nothingness fight to the death. He even wanted to watch a good show. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. The power of the Master of Myriad Treasures clone was undeniable. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. If the Lord of Sky Origin were to be besieged by the 4 Master of Myriad Treasures, he would probably be defeated quickly if he didn't show his true strength. This was no longer a matter of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Moreover, they were all clones of the same person. Their minds were connected, so their power was multiplied. However, in the face of such attacks, the Lord of Nothingness didn't panic at all. He didn't show any signs of weakness either. He even acted as if he didn't care at all. A casual defense was enough to block the Master of Myriad Treasures' attack. Even when the Master of Myriad Treasures' attack landed on him, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Something was wrong. The Master of Myriad Treasures quickly realized this. Even if the Lord of Nothingness had a way to deal with the 4 of them, it was impossible for him to block all of his attacks so easily. If he could deal with them so easily, he wouldn't have been famous for so many years. How could this be? For times the attack, the 4 Masters of Myriad Treasures roared at the same time. Boundless radiance of treasures erupted, sweeping into a shocking attack that landed on the Lord of Nothingness. The Lord of Nothingness's expression didn't change. He simply opened up his domain of nothingness and completely blocked all of the attacks. He didn't even pant. That's impossible. No, Quasi-Emperor would be able to withstand my attack so easily, unless you've attained the Tao. The Master of Myriad Treasures' expression finally changed. The fact that his probing attack had been blocked by the Lord of Nothingness was too shocking for him. Is this all you've got? Master of Myriad Treasures, you've really disappointed me. Really? The Lord of Nothingness revealed a disdainful expression. Stop joking. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such things? The Master of Myriad Treasures roared and increased his attack. All sorts of terrifying attacks rained down on the Lord of Sky Origin. On the other side, the Master of Sky Origin joined the battle. Lord of Nothingness, I don't care what reason you have. I'll just kill you directly. That'll solve everything. The Master of Sky Origin joined the battle. For a moment, the 6 of them were fighting each other. It was a complete mess. This was especially so after the Master of Sky Origin joined the battle. The attacks that the Lord of Nothingness faced became much stronger. Even the Lord of Nothingness could not block the attacks as easily as before. Die, Lord of Nothingness! A powerful radiance of treasures erupted from the Master of Myriad Treasures' body. Countless magic treasures manifested and continuously attacked the Lord of Nothingness. That's all you got? I'm really disappointed. The Lord of Nothingness stopped all of the attacks. It's all up to me now, master of myriad treasures. You claim to have collected all the magic treasures in this world. I'd like to see if you have any of them." The Lord of Nothingness suddenly stretched out his hand. In his hand, a huge warship began to grow larger and larger. It expanded with the wind, and the howls of demons could be heard everywhere. "What's that?" The master of myriad treasures suddenly widened his eyes. He felt an unprecedented pressure from the huge warship. "That's a Tao artifact." He finally reacted and understood why the Lord of Nothingness was so confident that he could stop the two of them. It turned out that the real key was waiting for them here. He actually had a Tao artifact. For experts of their level, the difference in their skills was really very small. This was because they had truly reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Therefore, the Lord of Myriad Treasures had tried his best to develop a doppelganger that could have 90% of his skills. Although there was no further improvement in his cultivation, his combat power had increased by a great deal. In addition to the increase in combat power brought about by this martial technique, the most obvious improvement was the magic artifact. That was especially true if he could get his hands on a Tao artifact. Then, the situation would be completely different. Although there were many Tao artifacts in the sky race, and many of them were in the hands of people who were much weaker than them, they were the legitimate inheritors of the Tao artifacts. Moreover, they were of the same race. Therefore, they could not rob them. Otherwise, they would be boycotted by the entire sky race. Even the emperor of the sky race might come forward to kill them. That was because it was possible for these imperial monarchs to pass down their Tao artifacts. If everyone plotted to snatch their Tao artifacts after they died and bullied their legacies, they would not be willing to accept it even if they died. This kind of behavior was challenging the bottom line of the various imperial monarchs. Who would dare to provoke those emperor unless they were also an emperor? If he was also an emperor, he would not need to use such a despicable method to obtain a Tao artifact. Therefore, he did not think about this at all. Now he finally realized it, but it was too late. The huge devil worship directly rushed towards him. "Go!" The master of myriad treasures roared, and the doppelgangers blocked in front of him. Bang! 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 Each of the master of myriad treasures doppelgangers had consumed a lot of divine materials and even smelted many ancient magic treasures. However, at this moment, in front of the huge devil worship, they were so fragile. Even though they were incomplete Tao artifacts, they were still Tao artifacts. Especially in the hands of a powerful expert like the Master of Nothingness, they could exert amazing power. Uft! Uft! The Master of Myriad Treasures and the Master of Sky Origin were blasted away on the spot. Their bodies were almost smashed into pieces. They spat out blood and hit the ground. The Master of Nothingness laughed and said proudly, "See, you are so stupid. If only you had obediently handed over the keys from the beginning. That would have been great. Yeah, if only you had handed over the keys." A clear voice came from behind him. Chapter 29-22. The Lord of Nothingness was still immersed in his complacency. At their level, there wasn't much difference between them, and it was possible for either of them to win or lose. However, things were different now that he had a Tao tool. Originally, there was not much difference in their strength. Now he immediately gained the upper hand and completed a magnificent transformation. With this giant devil worship, his strength would leap to become one of the top experts in the world. He was confident that he could defeat Great Freedom, who had been touted as the strongest expert in the world. Wasn't it because he had the dark Bodhi divine hand? What was so great about that? However, now that Great Freedom had been killed, there was no way for him to prove that he was stronger than Great Freedom. After all, he was already dead. At their level, it was impossible for their martial arts to advance further. If they advanced further, they would become emperor-level experts. Therefore, no one could prove that they were stronger than a dead person. The only way was to find that person called Yi Shiwen and kill him. That way, he would naturally become the strongest expert in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't come across that arrogant human. How dare he claim to be the strongest expert in the world? It was only because there was no tiger in the mountain that the monkey was the king. This was his biggest regret. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything from this trip. He had obtained a Tao tool, which was an unexpected harvest. Tao artifacts were not like divine artifacts. There were only so many of them in total. This was because there were only so many imperial emperors in the world. Every Tao artifact had its own history and glorious war history. He had learned about the giant devil worship before. It was a Tao tool of the devil race. After the devil race was destroyed, the giant devil worship went missing. Even the celestial race couldn't find it. In the end, it was in the hands of a woman who had just reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. It was a pity that he still couldn't completely refine the giant devil worship. There seemed to be a force that was preventing him from refining it. He guessed that it might be the tool spirit. However, it was hidden in the deepest part of the giant devil worship. Although it didn't hinder him from using it, he couldn't completely control it. This was a huge regret. However, this wasn't a problem. It was just a matter of time before the tool spirit and the like could be completely solved. Yes, it would be great if you all hand over the key. A clear voice came from behind him. Who are you? He turned around and saw a young man in his 20s. His entire body was surging with the power of lightning. If he closed his eyes, he would have thought that he was a human-shaped lightning. His expression was a little ugly. He had just defeated 2 opponents and was in high spirits, but someone actually appeared, and it was someone who completely disdained him. The person who took your key. Yi Shiwen slightly sneered, his expression somewhat cold. This fellow in front of him was the damned Lord of Nothingness. He actually dared to appear in front of him after seizing the demonic battleship. He was really courting death. Good, good, good. Another one has come to seek death. The Lord of Nothingness laughed heartily. He was in high spirits, but his eyes were deathly still as he looked at Yi Shiwen. Die. The Lord of Nothingness instantly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. That terrifying power was released in an instant. It almost tore the entire plane into pieces as it rushed towards Yi Shiwen's head. Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. He let those terrifying attacks sweep over and roar out, completely ignoring them. Ha ha ha, are you scared out of your wits? You're really courting death. The Lord of Nothingness sneered and continued to attack. Suddenly Yi Shiwen moved. In an instant, countless power of lightning exploded around him. In an instant, all of them swept out. Then, all of the Lord of Nothingness's defenses were blocked, as if everything had come to a standstill. All of the attacks stopped in midair. They were stopped by the power of lightning that erupted from Yi Shiwen's body. At this moment, he could even dominate everything in the world. He was the master of the world. Is this all you've got? Yi Shiwen sneered and pointed his finger. Sky-severing finger. Yi Shiwen's finger cut off the power of nothingness that erupted from the Lord of Nothingness's body. He was thoroughly killed. What? How is this possible? The Lord of Nothingness was taken aback. His eyes widened, and he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. He didn't hold back in this attack. It could be said that he had used all of his strength. He wanted to let this guy who dared to provoke him know how powerful he was. In the end, it was easily broken by Yi Shiwen. How could he not be surprised? Impossible. Who the hell are you? The Lord of Nothingness took a few steps back and then forced himself to calm down. He stared at Yi Shiwen and asked. In his mind, he thought of many top-notch experts who had been famous for many years. However, none of them could be compared to the current Yi Shiwen. In other words, none of them could coincide with Yi Shiwen's impression. Someone who wants your life. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly. He took a step forward and moved instantly. Behind him, the power of lightning formed a pair of incomparably huge thunder wings. He flapped his wings and flew up. His demon wings were spread out, but they were wrapped in the power of lightning. No one could see through his disguise at all. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen instantly tore apart the space and appeared in front of the Lord of Nothingness. Thunder, come! Yi Shiwen shouted and grabbed a thunder spear from the void. He suddenly threw it directly at the Lord of Nothingness. Damn it, just because of your attack! The Lord of Nothingness roared again and again. All the power in his body erupted in an instant, forming a domain of nothingness. When Yi Shiwen's thunder spear blasted into the domain of nothingness, it was as if it had entered a quagmire. Its movement slowed down, and it was gradually sinking. I don't care who you are. No one has ever broken my domain of nothingness. Do you think you can defeat me with just you? The Lord of Nothingness laughed loudly. When he saw that the thunder spear had been blocked, he immediately became happy. Is that so? Isn't it a little too early for you to be happy now? Yi Shiwen looked at him and sneered. However, the thunder spear suddenly erupted with a burst of astonishing, seven-colored flowing light. In an instant, it was as if a long river of time had manifested, and all the power of time was instilled into it. The thunder spear that seemed to have fallen into a quagmire regained its vitality in an instant and directly pierced through the domain of nothingness. Bang! The domain of nothingness was like a mirror. It directly shattered on the spot, turning into pieces of space fragments. How is this possible? The Lord of Nothingness was unprepared. He never thought that someone's attack could break through his domain of nothingness. His nihility domain wasn't like many other defensive god arts that were as solid as a rock. The true profundity of the nihility domain was that it could turn all attacks into nothingness. This way, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. Naturally, it could also have a defensive effect. However, if someone was not affected by the power of nothingness, his domain of nothingness was extremely fragile. It was almost immediately broken by the thunder spear. Puchi! The thunder spear directly pierced through the chest of the Lord of Nothingness and was carried out. Then it crashed into the ground. Boom! A huge pit was instantly formed in the ground. Cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. The terrifying power set off thousands of layers of soil and rubble. He was pierced in an instant and severely injured in an instant. The Sky Origin Master and the Master of 10,000 Treasures, who were watching from the side, were dumbfounded, although they were unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of the Lord of Nothingness. There was nothing more depressing than losing to a Tao artifact. However, the strength of the Lord of Nothingness was unquestionable. Although the power of a Tao artifact was quite great in the hands of an ordinary god, that was all. The more tyrannical an expert was, the greater the power that a Tao artifact could display. Only the legendary Emperor Lords could display 100% of the power of a Tao artifact. The premise for a Tao tool to be able to contend against an Emperor Lord was that the user had to be an Emperor Lord. Only then could it display such extreme power. But even so, the Lord of Nothingness and Yi Shiwen had only exchanged a few moves, and yet he was defeated. It was simply unbelievable. The Lord of Nothingness roared continuously. He grabbed the thunder spear and pulled it out. Blood spurted out like a pillar, and the spear was thrown to the side. Damn it, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The Lord of Nothingness's face was ashen. All the blood vessels in his body were bulging, and he looked like an injured beast. His scarlet eyes stared at Yi Shiwen. Opposite him, Yi Shiwen was expressionless. He just crossed his arms in midair with a cold look in his eyes. Is this all you've got? Lord of Nothingness, what a great name. But this is all you've got. Yi Shiwen's sneer was like a sharp sword that pierced into the chest of the Lord of Nothingness. He felt like he had been played and mocked. He was incomparably angry. I will make you pay for this. The Lord of Nothingness roared. All the power in his body was surging like thousands of galloping horses. The injury on his chest was also recovering at an astonishing speed. The power of nothingness condensed around him and turned into a huge domain. He suddenly flipped his hand, and the giant demon ship in his hand grew bigger and bigger. Then it crashed towards Yi Shiwen at an astonishing speed. Die. However, the huge devil ship arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. But something unexpected happened. It seemed as if the huge devil ship had broken free from some shackles when it arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. It then flew into Yi Shiwen's body and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 29-23. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The Lord of Nothingness and the other two weren't the only ones who were shocked. No one had expected such a scene. Everyone had wanted to see whether Yi Shiwen could resist the attack of the giant devil ship. However, they hadn't expected that it wouldn't just be a matter of whether he could resist or not. He had also taken away the giant devil ship. What's going on? No one had expected that Yi Shiwen would be able to take away the giant devil ship in one move. What kind of technique had he used? If this technique was so heaven-defying, would they still be able to fight against him in the future? Wouldn't their divine tool be taken away in one move? Then they wouldn't be able to fight against him anymore. Impossible. The Lord of Nothingness found this the most difficult to accept. He was about to go crazy. He had painstakingly seized the giant devil ship. He had been constantly refining it during this period of time. However, he hadn't been able to refine it completely. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would take it away in one move. Unless he was the original owner of the ship, he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. However, that was impossible. The original owner of the giant devil ship was naturally the devil race. The subsequent owner should be the human woman that he had met. How could this guy have taken it away so easily? However, he didn't know that his imagination was already very close to the truth. Yi Shiwen wasn't the owner of the giant devil ship. However, his true spirit was still present when he was refining it. The reason why the Lord of Nothingness hadn't been able to refine the giant devil ship quickly wasn't only because the giant devil ship was a Dao tool, but also because Yi Shiwen's true spirit was resisting it. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had been able to take away the giant devil ship so easily. Humph! You only have this kind of technique. You can only rely on the giant devil ship. You're nothing without it. Yi Shiwen said coldly, "Hand over the key obediently, and I'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "You think you can do that?" The Lord of Nothingness stood up and roared. "You dare to talk to me like that? Are you courting death? You too, hurry up and help. He's obviously planning to monopolize the key. You too will definitely be kicked out by him. Only by cooperating with me, now, can you have a chance to kill him." Although the Lord of Nothingness was ostentatious, he wasn't stupid. The fellow in front of him was so strong that he didn't seem like an ordinary creature. He even suspected that the primordial spirit of an emperor lord was playing a prank on him. If he didn't join forces, it would be impossible for him to contend against him alone. Only by borrowing the strength of the other two would it be possible. The Master of Sky Origin and the Master of Myriad Treasures surrounded them. Although the three of them had been fighting, they had formed an alliance in an instant for the sake of the key. They had all seen how Yi Shiwen had abused the Lord of Nothingness just now. If they didn't want to be abused by Yi Shiwen later, it was necessary for them to join forces unless they planned to withdraw from the fight for the key. Sky Origin strike! The Master of Sky Origin didn't say anything. He immediately attacked Yi Shiwen. In an instant, everything between the heavens and the earth disappeared. All that was left was this frighteningly deadly attack. With a loud bang, it attacked Yi Shiwen from the sky. This strike of his directly borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was also an extremely brilliant martial art. This martial art is a bit interesting. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter and blasted a punch. His body suddenly moved forward, and an innumerable amount of magic power surged out. At this moment, he didn't use any amazing martial arts. He only used the most simple and plain fist technique. However, this kind of basic fist technique in Yi Shiwen's hands had earth-shattering power. It was unimaginable. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist fiercely hit the Sky Origin strike and directly pierced through it. Yi Shiwen's tyrannical physical body was perfectly displayed at this moment. It should be known that he was able to defeat and kill a peak quasi-emperor just by relying on the strength of his physical body. One could imagine that he had really reached a kind of extreme. Unless it was an emperor lord, it would be difficult to find an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. What kind of fist technique is this? The Master of Sky Origin took a few steps back and dissipated Yi Shiwen's attack. There was a look of disbelief on his face. At this moment, he completely understood why the Master of Nothingness had suffered such a big loss. This guy in front of him was too terrifying. It didn't seem like the strength that a normal person possessed. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the key. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Shiwen released all the martial arts cultivation in his body. Instantly, his spiritual power exploded, causing a fierce resonance between heaven and earth. His martial arts cultivation had really reached a level that could shock the heavens and the earth. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and suddenly threw another punch towards the Lord of Sky Origin. The Master of Sky Origin's face also became serious. Does this person really think that I'm a soft persimmon? He immediately blasted another attack at Yi Shiwen. It was the same set of martial arts, but the power was unexpectedly increased by a level. At this moment, he was the only emperor in the world. He was going to punish Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. His hands suddenly shook, and suddenly, golden light filled the sky. Then he directly tore apart the attack of the Master of Sky Origin. Even the vitality and the power of heaven were torn apart. The Master of Sky Origin didn't panic. He didn't know how many fierce battles he had experienced in his life. This was nothing to him. He directly attacked Yi Shiwen again. However, Yi Shiwen's reaction was faster. He directly tore apart the attack and then rushed in front of the Master of Sky Origin. How can he be so fast? The Master of Sky Origin felt that the surrounding air had become stagnant. He couldn't even breathe. It was incomparably difficult. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. He was so fast that he felt that he couldn't even increase his martial arts cultivation. Don't be arrogant. At this moment, the Master of 10,000 Treasures, who had been preparing for a long time, suddenly rushed out. He stepped on countless magic treasures and suddenly blasted at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen directly blasted a punch at the Master of Sky Origin. There was no time to stop. Bang! The Master of Sky Origin didn't have time to react. He was blasted away on the spot. His body almost collapsed. Puff! The Master of Sky Origin fell to the ground. He stared at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. This attack made him feel as if he had been hit by the Master of Nothingness's demonic worship. The feeling of his internal organs being bombarded almost made him faint. It was too terrifying. It was too frightening. On the other side, the Master of 10,000 Treasures' attack had already arrived. It instantly broke through Yi Shiwen's thunder domain and bombarded. Don't overdo it! The Master of 10,000 Treasures roared. Yi Shiwen had dared to completely ignore him and attack the Master of Sky Origin first. This made him feel that he was being looked down upon. Humph! Yi Shiwen raised his other hand and transformed it into a big hand. Then it suddenly grasped out like a curtain of the sky. Yi Shiwen's big hand turned into a big net. The Master of 10,000 Treasures, countless magic treasures, were blocked outside. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. All of them disappeared without a trace. That's all. Yi Shiwen sneered. He turned around and was about to launch a surprise attack. The Master of 10,000 Treasures roared. 3 figures instantly appeared around him. 10,000 treasures, doppelgangers. The 3 doppelgangers and the Master of 10,000 Treasures suddenly surrounded Yi Shiwen and fiercely attacked him. For a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The world shook violently. It was an extremely shocking scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene was like the scene when the master of 10,000 treasures besieged the master of nothingness. The only difference was that the master of nothingness had been replaced by Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was even more ferocious. Even when facing the attacks of former master of 10,000 treasures, Yi Shiwen still dared to attack him. When facing the master of nothingness, he could only barely defend himself. It was a completely different concept. Again, thunder. Yi Shiwen roared. In an instant, the endless thunder energy in the world gathered towards him. With his body as the core, it began to condense. Then, it instantly turned into an endless sea of thunder. Walla-la-la-la! Countless thunder and lightning swept out at this moment. Countless thunder and lightning formed a lightning chain and bombarded towards the master of 10,000 treasures. Puff! The master of 10,000 treasures groaned. His whole body was hit by a thunder kylin that emerged from the sea of thunder. His chest was immediately blown into a bloody mess. His whole body was sent flying. His master of 10,000 treasures, doppelgangers, weren't any better. They were also sent flying. The experts of the celestial clan who were watching the battle retreated far away. They held their breath and concentrated their minds. They felt that everything was too scary. Yi Shiwen was much more ferocious than the Master of Nothingness. The Master of Nothingness had used the devil worship to destroy the Master of 10,000 treasures, doppelgangers. However, Yi Shiwen didn't need a doubt tool to achieve this step. Everyone could see who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. There was no need to think too much. Everyone's eyes widened. They wanted to see how far Yi Shiwen could go. They didn't know that Yi Shiwen's real identity was a human. Therefore, their hearts were neutral at this time. They didn't have any mentality of favoring the Master of Nothingness and the others. In any case, they were all geniuses of the Celestial Clan, so it didn't matter. Again, Yi Shiwen roared. Endless thunder power was driven by him again. It suddenly fell down and bombarded the empty space beside him. Just when everyone thought that he had missed, a figure fell out of it. Chapter 29-24. If it wasn't the Lord of Nothingness, then who could it be? The Lord of Nothingness took a direct hit from Yi Shiwen's thunderbolt. His entire body was scorched black. Although it seemed like an ordinary move, the Lord of Nothingness was severely injured. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The Lord of Nothingness roared. The previous attack had completely electrocuted most of the vibrant cells in his body into charcoal. It was unknown how much martial power it would take to regenerate them. It could be said that his vitality had been greatly damaged. One must know that as a peak quasi-emperor, his cells had a lot of vitality. Even if one of his cells was placed at a temperature of several thousand degrees below zero, or even in a star like the sun, he would still be able to survive. However, he had been completely injured by someone's thunderbolt. You're only SOSO. Yi Shiwen directly attacked. The void in his hands was constantly changing. He simply blasted a punch, but it was enough to strangle everything. Whoever was involved in it would all die. There was no other possibility. The Lord of Nothingness was forced to retreat again and again. As he retreated, he quickly recovered from his injuries. If this continued, he would probably be forced to death by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Don't be too proud. The Lord of Sky Origin had already rushed over. It was unknown when a long saber had appeared in his hand. He suddenly slashed at Yi Shiwen. This long blade had a peerlessly sharp blade light. Although it was not a Dao artifact, it was also forged from divine materials that could be used to forge Dao artifacts. To a certain extent, it also possessed some of the power of a Dao artifact. At the very least, its toughness was no less than that of a Dao artifact. Humph. Two long sabers appeared in Yi Shiwen's hands. They were refined from the fangs of the giant wolf. He immediately slashed at the treasured saber of the Lord of Sky Origin. Bang! 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 The 3 treasured sabers splashed in the sky with terrifying divine radiance. What? It can actually block my saber. The Lord of Sky Origin was stunned. He did not expect the power of the 2 sabers in Yi Shiwen's hands to be so tyrannical. He had relied on this treasured saber to be invincible. Even when he was dealing with the Lord of Nothingness, he had not been able to force him out. He clearly felt that, in terms of casting materials, Yi Shiwen's twin blades should be inferior to his. However, the power that burst out from Yi Shiwen's hands was actually stronger than his own. His entire palm was faintly numb, and he fell into a disadvantageous position after a few collisions. Take another strike from me. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. In his early years, he had used a blade technique. Although he had used it less in recent years, it didn't mean that his blade technique had fallen behind. He brandished his dual blades, and it looked like a waterfall was dancing in the sky. He had never used a dual blade before, but he had learned everything by himself on the road of martial arts. He had learned everything by analogy. The more Yi Shiwen fought, the more carefree he felt. The more he fought, the more spirited he became. Along with the constant analysis of the space inside his body, his dual blades also became more and more powerful. The collisions between the 2 sides were like one universe after another exploding. The Lord of Sky Origin's cultivation in the blade Dao was quite frightening. Every strike was very tricky, and every strike contained unparalleled divine power. Blade Dao, laws danced in the air. Even so, even though he was so brave and peerless, he was still completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. His saber light could not even fly 10 feet away from his body. It was firmly suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Every strike of Yi Shiwen's was shocking. The circle of his defense was getting smaller and smaller. More importantly, the Lord of Sky Origin felt very sullen. He could see that the Blade Dao was definitely not Yi Shiwen's best area. This was because he could clearly feel Yi Shiwen's improvement. The improvement was shocking to the point that even at their level, Yi Shiwen's speed of improvement was a little too fast. And Yi Shiwen had actually used him as a whetstone. He was a dignified peak quasi-emperor, one of the strongest experts below the emperor of the Sky Clan. Yet he had become a whetstone. Moreover, he had no power to resist. This was as sullen as one could get. Go to hell! Suddenly, an incomparably loud roar came from Yi Shiwen's body. A mushroom cloud rose from his body, instantly exploding the entire space. It was extremely terrifying. Ha 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 ha, I finally succeeded. The Lord of Nothingness laughed heartily. I beg the Lord of Nothingness for this world-extinguishing thunder. No matter how capable you are, you will all die. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion was still spreading out in all directions at an astonishing speed. The Lord of Sky Origin, who was closest to Yi Shiwen, was blasted far away by the shock wave. He spat out a mouthful of blood. F***CK. Even with his many years of recuperation, he could not help but blurt out these 2 words. The Lord of Nothingness was really too much. The world-extinguishing thunder was so powerful, but he did not warn him to quickly dodge it. He was clearly using him as bait to firmly attract Yi Shiwen's attention. He even suspected that the Lord of Nothingness wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate him and Yi Shiwen together. On the other side, although the Master of Thousand Treasures was far away and the impact was not as strong, he had destroyed many martial instruments that he had painstakingly cultivated in order to resist this terrifying shockwave. He looked at the Lord of Nothingness with an extremely ugly expression. This was originally a team that had been formed temporarily. There was no sincere cooperation at all. They had worked together just now because they saw that Yi Shiwen was difficult to deal with. Now that Yi Shiwen was about to die, how could they still have the thought of working together? They only wanted to guard against each other. Just now, The Lord of Nothingness might have had the intention to eliminate the Lord of Sky Origin as well, to avoid competing with them. Just as a serious internal conflict was about to break out, they suddenly saw a shocking scene. Yi Shiwen, who had taken the attack of the world-extinguishing thunder head-on, appeared in front of everyone unscathed. It was as if that attack did not exist at all. If it were not for the fact that his entire body was filled with chaos and the space had not recovered, perhaps no one would have thought that such a terrifying attack had taken place just now. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The power of the world-extinguishing thunder was too terrifying. Even a peak quasi-emperor would have died from this attack. Even if he had used some kind of magic treasure to temporarily block it, he should have at least been seriously injured. However, looking at Yi Shiwen's appearance, it did not seem like he had been seriously injured at all. His body was emitting bursts of flowing light, constantly dispersing the aftermath of the explosion into the surrounding space. The space around him was constantly collapsing, and there was no way for it to recover. This was the reason why Yi Shiwen's face was expressionless, but there was a slight fluctuation in his heart. That attack just now had also shocked him. Fortunately, he had the time robe on his body to block most of the impact. Otherwise, he would have been injured at the very least, even though he was confident that he would not have died from the explosion. It would have been impossible for him to come out unscathed. Even now, he is still dispersing the aftermath of the explosion. Attack! The Lord of Nothingness instantly attacked. He directly transformed into an endless power of nothingness. His blood essence was burning, and a shocking law light tore through everything and bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. He was burning his life and blood essence to erupt with his strongest combat power. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Next was the Lord of Sky Origin. Although he had been tricked by the Lord of Nothingness just now, he still knew how to weigh the consequences. Naturally, he knew what he should do at this time. The Lord of Sky Origin seized the opportunity and slashed down with the long sword in his hand. It transformed into a shocking rainbow that cut through the sky and fell ruthlessly. The master of 10,000 treasures, countless treasures, seemed to form a long river of treasures. It directly swept out and attacked from all directions. The three of them knew how powerful Yi Shiwen was. At this time, they joined forces to kill him completely. They did not want him to have a chance to fight back. In the midst of such attacks, Yi Shiwen just stood quietly. His hair fluttered in the wind. Everyone could see with the naked eye that the power of thunder around his body was condensing like particles around him. They flowed continuously like liquid. On top of these particles, there was a layer of flowing light that was constantly flowing and wrapping around them. These attacks rushed up almost at the same time and bombarded Yi Shiwen's body fiercely. Rumble! The endless attacks were almost on the same scale as the annihilation thunder. The energy waves spread in all directions. However, it was useless. Yi Shiwen's figure was still as tall and straight as before. It was as if no power could shake him at all. Yi Shiwen's eyes began to flicker, and an astonishing power burst out. Die! Yi Shiwen took a step forward and suddenly rushed in front of the Master of Nothingness. The power of nothingness around the Lord of Nothingness spread out. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him such a chance? His hands were covered in boundless thunder energy, and he tore the power of nothingness apart. The power of nothingness was instantly torn apart. Not good. The Master of Nothingness saw that all his defenses were torn apart. A figure directly rushed into his defensive circle and directly blasted a punch towards him. Under the endless power of thunder, this punch erupted with unimaginable shocking light. Bang! The Master of Nothingness screamed in pain. He was killed on the spot, and his body directly exploded in the air. He still wanted to hide far away and regroup. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? From his body, the giant devil ship suddenly flew out and slammed towards the Master of Nothingness. Ah! The Lord of Nothingness let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was completely crushed into minced meat. He had no way of resisting the giant demon worship. All his flesh and blood were devoured by the countless demons and ghosts on the giant demon worship. He screamed as he turned into ashes. After killing the Master of Nothingness, Yi Shiwen immediately rushed in the direction of the Master of 10,000 Treasures. Chapter 29-25. He's too ruthless. Does he still want to go out? He actually killed the Lord of Nothingness. It's not like he doesn't have a backer. Someone's eyes widened. Obviously, he hadn't accepted this fact. Although the competition between the celestial experts was very fierce, they would still leave some leeway between each other. They wouldn't kill each other. Moreover, the celestial experts were still in need of manpower. It was unknown how much time and resources it would take to train such a top expert. Losing one would mean losing an unknown amount of resources. Different from the allied forces, the celestial experts had the existence of emperor level experts. They didn't have the right to make decisions in the world. If they killed too many and angered the emperor, then no matter how strong they would be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Therefore, when they attacked, they would leave some leeway. They wouldn't kill all of a sudden. However, what they didn't know was that the person in front of them wasn't a celestial expert, but a real living human. Therefore, their thoughts naturally couldn't be completely in line with Yi Shiwen's actions. It could even be said that they couldn't understand the meaning of Yi Shiwen's actions. Damn it, you actually dared to kill people. The Lord of 10,000 Treasures roared. Most importantly, he was really afraid. Yi Shiwen dared to kill people. For him, this had broken the bottom line in his heart. The next Yi Shiwen would directly kill him. Yi Shiwen instantly rushed forward. His black hair was flying. His whole body was filled with the power of thunder. Every particle of the power of thunder was like a holy kingdom. In each holy kingdom, there was a god who was chanting the Heart Sutra. This was a very powerful state. Even though Yi Shiwen had restrained many magical powers, and his combat power couldn't be at its peak, his martial power was still there. In an instant, it erupted. How can he be so powerful? The Lord of 10,000 Treasures instantly felt an amazing pressure crushing down. He almost knelt down. This was a pure suppression of martial power. He couldn't imagine how someone in the same realm could be so much stronger than him. This was beyond his understanding. Bang! Yi Shiwen ferociously punched. His fist swept across the sky and smashed into the body of the Lord of 10,000 Treasures. Boom! An ocean of countless magic treasures swept out, but they couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps. They were directly blown away. Yi Shiwen's fist had pierced through his ocean of 10,000 magic treasures. Needless to say, his fleshly body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although he had already tempered his body in accordance with the sacrificial refining method of the magic weapon and had become very powerful. But unfortunately, he had encountered an even more terrifying monster like Yi Shiwen. Bang! The Lord of 10,000 Treasures was blasted away. Then his body collapsed on the spot and transformed into a treasure light that filled the sky. Then Yi Shiwen chased after him and grabbed him on the spot. You want to refine me? Wishful thinking. The Lord of 10,000 Treasures roared. All of his power erupted in an instant. He wanted to struggle, but it didn't take long before he was engulfed by the endless waves of demons within the demon banner. Another peerless master had fallen. It hadn't taken much time. The disparity in their martial power had become apparent once Yi Shiwen got serious. Previously, Yi Shiwen had wanted to hide it. However, after being tricked by the Lord of Nothingness, he instantly realized that he couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, he might be overturned. Seeing this, the Lord of Sky Origin was scared out of his wits. He frantically fled into the distance. However, since he had already killed 2 people in a row, Yi Shiwen didn't care anymore. He directly rushed in the direction of the Lord of Sky Origin. Please show mercy. We are all from the celestial race. Why must we fight to the death? An old antique spoke up. No matter who won or lost, the vitality of the celestial race would be exhausted in the end. He couldn't bear to see that happen. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about him at all. He directly chased after the Lord of Sky Origin. You want to kill me too? You're dead. Those big shots definitely won't let you go. The Lord of Sky Origin roared. His eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Yi Shiwen. He could already see that Yi Shiwen wouldn't give them a chance. He would directly kill them. Thinking of this, he simply went all out. The magic power in his body instantly ignited. It grew bigger and bigger. Even his soul imprint was burning. In an instant, his power surged. You want to die? It won't be that easy. Yi Shiwen sneered. He extended his hand and grabbed the Lord of Sky Origin. The Lord of Sky Origin's terrifying martial power instantly exploded. Everything was blown to pieces in an instant. However, in the end, it couldn't escape from Yi Shiwen's palm. It didn't even shake him. It was completely absorbed by the time robe. The others didn't know that Yi Shiwen had the time robe. They only felt that Yi Shiwen's martial power was really tyrannical to a terrifying level. They were suddenly a little scared. This guy was really too scary. Many people even began to suspect that Yi Shiwen was a clone of some celestial emperor. Otherwise, how could these top-notch figures be defeated so easily and even killed? Could it be that some big shot is really here? Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying and powerful? Someone said in a trembling voice. The way they looked at Yi Shiwen was also full of fear. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at them. In his hand, he had already gathered the 7 keys. Then he directly entered the endless storm and inserted the key into the huge stone pillar. Although the netherworld ghost wind was terrifying, it obviously couldn't shake Yi Shiwen, let alone melt him. Boom! A slow and heavy sound came. In the endless storm, above the inheritance altar, a huge crack appeared in the sky. It's here. It's really the inheritance altar. There's really an inheritance. It's not fake, someone exclaimed. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. How many lives have been lost? Although the Lords hope that we can use this opportunity to temper ourselves, I think that the death of so many people is definitely not something that the Lords would want to see, especially when experts of that level have died. I think it won't be long before the entire world will be shaken. Yi Shiwen looked at the crack in front of him. After a little hesitation, the demon wings behind him suddenly opened, and he instantly flew into it. There was a 7-colored space inside the inheritance altar. Yi Shiwen had just entered when he saw a broken and huge body lying quietly in this space. It looked like a small mountain. This body contained unimaginably terrifying power. The laws around him surrendered, and the rules manifested around him. The great path bloomed with waves of golden light around him. The emperor, it's a real emperor. Yi Shiwen immediately judged. However, the situation of this emperor was not very good. He should have been seriously injured, and now he was probably struggling at death's door. Although this emperor's aura was much more tyrannical than the average peak quasi-emperor, it definitely didn't have the earth-shattering power of the legendary emperor. Therefore, Yi Shiwen easily judged. In that case, the rumor this time isn't fake, but true. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. If he wanted to go further now, the only way was to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to go further. Junior, I don't know your name, but this emperor is about to die, and there is not much time left. You must receive my inheritance, so that he will not die in this world. An old voice sounded. Yes. Yi Shiwen quickly said, I don't care how you won. In the end, my inheritance must be passed down. Otherwise, the heavens will not let you go. The old voice continued. This junior will remember. Yi Shiwen said, Swallow this medicinal pellet first. This is a part of the body of the Pill Emperor. His body has already been refined into a medicinal pellet. After you swallow it, It should be enough to help you break through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. If I'm not wrong, you should not have truly stepped into the peak of Quasi-Emperor. The old voice said, Senior really has a keen eye. This junior has not truly stepped into the peak of Quasi-Emperor realm. Yi Shiwen said, he did not hide this point. This is rare. You have not yet stepped into the peak of Quasi-Emperor realm. But in terms of strength, you are already far superior to ordinary peak Quasi-Emperor. My Tian clan has a talent like you. It is really the Tian clan's fortune. The old voice continued. A 7-colored pill appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. On the surface of this pill, there were traces of the great Tao constantly manifesting. It was as if a waterfall was waving in the air. The overbearing and intense aura even turned into a sword light, as if it wanted to pierce through the stars in the sky. Even the naked eye could see that this medicinal pellet was extraordinary. Compared to ordinary medicinal pellets, it was like it was on a completely different level. It was completely natural, without the slightest bit of artificial sculpting. After you receive my legacy, you have to promise me one thing. I ended up like this because of the human race's Yellow Emperor. So when you achieve the Tao in the future, you have to promise me that you will exterminate the Ji clan of the Emperor clan and eradicate that damned human race. Not a single one of them will be spared. I will make sure that not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. The ancient voice grew more and more furious. It kept roaring like an injured beast. Chapter 29-26. Yellow Emperor. It turned out that the reason why this Emperor Lord had almost fallen was because of the Yellow Emperor. The invincible figure who founded the Emperor clan, Ji clan, was recognized as one of the ancestors of the human clan even now. Even among the many Emperor Lords of the same era, he was also a famous super powerhouse. Although there were the 3 clans of the human clan, Heavenly Sovereign Fushi, Earthly Sovereign Shinnong, and others who came one after another and created the situation of the rise of the human clan, it was the human Emperor Xianyuan who started the Emperor clan, Ji clan, which was founded by the Yellow Emperor. Although there were fights at that time, it was the most glorious and prosperous era of the entire human clan. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded, but he didn't care at all. Wasn't it the most ridiculous joke to ask him to destroy the human clan? Yi Shiwen said as he picked up the medicinal pill and swallowed it. The medicinal pill, transformed from the body of the Alchemy Emperor, turned into a monstrous energy in Yi Shiwen's body, and the crazy power completely boiled in an instant. Every cell in Yi Shiwen's body seemed to be baptized by infinite energy, which was unprecedented. It should be known that with Yi Shiwen's current strength, tearing the stars and shattering the earth was just a piece of cake. The energy he possessed was already unimaginable, but now the energy in this medicinal pill made him feel like he was going to be stuffed. Yes, he was stuffed. He felt like he was completely stuffed. Every cell in his body had swallowed a huge amount of energy, which made him think that he was going to be stuffed to death. I'm going all out. Only after breaking through can I accommodate such a huge amount of energy. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and said he found that he was still a little too naive. The power of the Emperor Lord was more terrifying than he imagined. It was on a completely different level from the Emperor Corpse that he had obtained previously. Calm your mind, and I will pass on the inheritance to you. That hoarse voice resounded, and then an inexhaustible amount of information suddenly poured into Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened all of a sudden. Some of the problems that he had never thought about before were now suddenly understood. Some great Daos that he had never been able to come into contact with before were now revealed to him. They were on a completely different level. They had truly reached the level of an Imperial Lord. Although they were only separated by one level, this one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. That was a brand new domain. Whether it was life or the Great Path, it was a domain that no one had ever come into contact with before. That feeling was like looking down from an airplane and seeing how small the mountains were. In the past, Due to the height he was standing at, the situation where he was blinded by a single leaf had instantly disappeared. His level had increased by more than just a little. Although D&I had an emperor to guide him and give him the inheritance, he was not bad either. He had also obtained the full inheritance of a dying emperor. Both sides were suddenly back to the same starting line. What's more, with this medicinal pill, the problem of his insufficient martial power was instantly made up. Everything was completely different now. That feeling of looking down on all the mountains even made Yi Xuan feel a little lightheaded, as if he was wandering in the ocean of the Great Path. That kind of feeling was simply addictive. It turned out that the more information poured into Yi Xuan's mind, his cultivation began to improve crazily, and his martial power also grew at an astonishing speed. That feeling was as if endless waves were sweeping towards him, and he was about to be completely submerged. Boom! Not knowing how long had passed, the martial power in his body skyrocketed, and the cultivation in his mind also improved at an astonishing speed. Finally, Yi Xuan, who had been stuck in the late stage of quasi-emperor, finally stepped into the peak of quasi-emperor. All of this was logical. Whether it was the accumulation of power or the improvement of cultivation, it was all done quietly. Everything was so smooth. And after rushing into this realm, Yi Xuan's martial power continued to rise at an astonishing speed, really climbing towards the peak of this realm. Suddenly, the endless torrent of energy and information finally stopped, and an angry roar came. "You are not from the Tian clan." The old emperor finally came to his senses. The guy in front of him was not from the Tian clan at all, so his inheritance was given to a person who should not have been given. The most abominable thing was that he had also discovered from Yi Xuan's memories that he was actually a human. Yes, he had also seen some fragments of Yi Xuan's memories during the inheritance. He had discovered Yi Xuan's true identity and had immediately become furious. Just now, he vowed that Yi Xuan would destroy the human clan. Now that he thought about it, it was simply ridiculous. Otherwise, why would he say such words? "Damned human! How dare you make a fool out of an emperor?" The aged voice was instantly enraged. Yi Xuan absorbed the last bit and suddenly felt a little regretful. Although his absorption speed was very fast, and with the help of the mysterious space, he almost digested the endless inheritance of the Great Way at the same time. But after all, he was still lacking a little, and could not completely absorb it. But even so, this was really enough. He had completely stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, and his true realm was not inferior to the original Mahasvara and the others, and his martial power was profound to an unknown extent. Now, if he were to face the Lord of Nothingness again, he would only need one move to kill the Lord of Nothingness. He had such confidence that he had completely completed a kind of transformation. It's a pity that I did not expect to be able to absorb the last bit, but this is enough. I am really about to step into that realm, and all the preparations are sufficient. Yi Xuan didn't know the extent of his current strength. No one had been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him since ancient times. However, he knew that he wouldn't be too weak once he was promoted to the emperor level. In fact, he wouldn't be at the bottom of the same realm as him. Such accumulation was hard, but once he was promoted, it would completely transform into his advantage. "Boy, you are really arrogant. A mere human dares to touch this place, and even dares to accept my inheritance. It seems that you are really crazy." The old voice tried to be as calm as possible, but it contained unimaginable anger. Originally, he was very optimistic about Yi Xuan because he had found such a talent, and perhaps he had played a part in the rise of the heavenly clan. But he did not expect that it was actually an outsider who pretended to be one of their clansmen. How could this not make him feel angry? More importantly, he felt a strong threat. If such a person was really allowed to achieve the Great Way, the heavenly clan would not have a day of glory in the future, and it would not be possible to get out of this seal. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I did not come here, my cultivation would not be able to grow so fast. Yi Shiwen said lightly, "Do you think you can leave now?" As soon as the voice of the old voice fell, he felt that the entire inheritance altar began to shake violently. "Do you think you can still stop me now?" Yi Shiwen looked coldly at the incomparably huge body in front of him. "You are hiding in the inheritance altar because it can stop the flow of time here, and you are struggling at death's door. As long as you leave the inheritance altar, you will not be able to suppress your injuries, and I am afraid that you will die soon." Yi Shiwen saw through everything. He had the time robe in his body, and it could be said that he was extremely sensitive to the power of time. Almost from the moment he came in, he had already seen through all this, so he was not afraid. Everything was under his control. You really hit the goose all day long, and in the end, the goose will peck your eyes. The old voice sneered, as if he wanted to vent his anger at being deceived. "However, since you have come in, then don't think of escaping. Today, I must leave you, a scourge alive for my clan. If a person like you appears in my heavenly clan, you will certainly be a genius of the generation. However, if you appear in other clans, it will certainly be a great disaster for my heavenly clan. If you can do it, then give it a try." Yi Shiwen's expression was incomparably cold. Since it was obvious that there was no way to reconcile, it was necessary to fight. If it was a peak sovereign emperor, Yi Shiwen would not be a match, even if he was 10 times stronger. That was a completely different level of life, just like a human and an ant. But now this was a dying sovereign emperor, and he was a worthy opponent. Especially with Yi Shiwen's current cultivation and realm, he had long surpassed the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Ordinary people were no longer qualified to be his opponent. "I think you are really courting death. Don't think that you are invincible just because you killed a few peak quasi-emperors. Do you think that I am the same as those people? How ridiculous. Even if I have become like this, it is still not a problem to kill you," the old voice said slowly. His voice was very loud, shaking the heaven and earth. His words were cold and ruthless. In the face of the young geniuses of the foreign clans, he restored that kind of ruthlessness, restored the mentality of a sovereign emperor, the kind of invincible in the world, and he did not care about those under the sovereign emperor. Rumble. There was a burst of violent fluctuations, but Yi Shiwen only saw that the huge body slowly moved. His broken body also recovered at an astonishing speed, as if he had recovered to the peak. However, Yi Shiwen could see that this was a temporary recovery after burning his qi and blood. It was not a true recovery. He was injured by Emperor Huang Shenyuan, and it must be a real Dao injury. If it could recover, he would not have to hide in the inheritance altar to linger for a while. This battle would be the battle where Yi Shiwen came out, and also the battle where he would end his life. Chapter 29-27. At this time, there was no room for maneuver. Moreover, he did not think that this would be his last battle. As a dignified emperor lord, even if he was seriously injured, killing a quasi-emperor was still a piece of cake for him. The old emperor lord had a strong vitality and unimaginable pressure. It was impossible to see that he had been injured in the past. He looked like he was struggling to catch his breath. A true emperor monarch at this stage still had his dignity. He revealed his true form. This was a middle-aged man with a head of long golden hair that looked like traces of a great Tao. His eyes were silver white and contained a terrifying demonic power. Although he was in human form, he was not from the human race, but from the celestial race. In fact, there were humanoid and beast-shaped celestials in the celestial race. They were all different. "I will take your life in one battle. Although you have obtained the inheritance, I will eliminate you in one battle and eliminate future troubles. It is not considered a loss," the old monarch said coldly. His voice was incomparably old. Only his voice revealed how weak he was right now. Otherwise, how could an expert of that level age? Time was stagnant for them. It could even be reversed. It was impossible for them to age. Around him, countless stars appeared, turning the entire inheritance altar into a universe. Countless suns, moons, and stars were revolving around the old Emperor Lord. Each star was engraved with unimaginable martial arts of the Great Path. Among them, the martial arts that he had learned were manifested. On each star, there seemed to be a figure chanting ancient sutras on top of it. Yi Shiwen recognized some of them, but he did not know how to use them. Although he had obtained the inheritance, there were no martial arts in it. Originally, the old Emperor Lord was afraid that Yi Shiwen would be affected by his Great Way and would not be able to achieve the Great Way. So, although he had received the inheritance, he had actually only received some basic things such as understanding of the Great Way. There was nothing too personal. However, Yi Shiwen understood from the inheritance that this kind of martial arts was terrifying. It was almost the entire universe to the extreme. It could transform such a universe in one's body. Human, today is your last day. From today onwards, your name will be erased from this world. What a pity. Originally, you might have been able to take that final step and stand shoulder to shoulder with us. But now it's all you can do. The old emperor said slowly. His blood essence was burning, and there was a hint of pity in his words. Perhaps he felt that Yi Shiwen couldn't escape. This is the battle that brought me into the world, but it will be the battle that brings you to an end. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, whether you want to admit it or not, you have to admit that your era has passed, and this is our era. Your era? Ha 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 ha, you are too naive. In this world, it will never be your era. Only the Emperor Lord will exist forever. The old emperor laughed heartily, and strange patterns even crawled up his face. It was as if he was releasing some ancient spell. Countless ancient laws and great Daos appeared at this time. Whoosh! The old emperor attacked directly towards Yi Shiwen. A real expert of the Emperor Lord level attacked. It was not the Emperor's corpse, nor was it the spirit of the Emperor Lord. It was a real Emperor Lord. There was a loud noise, and the old Emperor Lord's whole body was shining with golden light. All kinds of laws were dancing, and divine marks were manifesting. This was his special secret technique. He blasted a palm directly towards Yi Shiwen. In his palm, there were countless stars rotating and exploding. Then he used the power in them and blasted towards Yi Shiwen in an instant. In an instant, the entire space shattered. However, the inheritance altar was still extremely sturdy. This was something that was built for the sake of the survival of the Emperor monarchs. Naturally, it was extraordinary. Even a battle of this level could not cause the entire inheritance altar to collapse. Both of them did not want to leave the inheritance altar. They each had their own concerns. Once the old Emperor Lord left the inheritance altar, his Dao injuries would immediately act up. At that time, he would not be able to live for long. And Yi Shiwen was also not willing to leave. Once he left the inheritance altar, the old Emperor Lord was likely to call out his identity. If his identity was called out in this place, he would not be able to escape. At that time, he would be delayed by this old guy, and when the other Emperor Lords arrived, it would really be a dead end. So, both of them almost tacitly chose this place as the battlefield. Yi Shiwen roared and directly rushed towards the old Emperor Lord. In this place, he could attack to his heart's content. The time robe also appeared on his body. There was no need to hide. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Suppress for me. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch, which turned into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation wheel. It directly blasted into the old Emperor Lord's Star River, collapsing the Star River and almost sweeping towards the old Emperor Lord. At this moment, Yi Shiwen became very dangerous. He did not dare to hold back at all. In the face of such a top-notch Emperor Lord, he did not dare to hold back at all. Otherwise, the one who would die would definitely be him. Behind Yi Shiwen, there was a huge phoenix flying in the sky. When it opened its mouth, endless flames were spewed out. The flames burned in all directions and directly swept towards the old Emperor Lord. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Nanmingli fire, these are all amazing skills. You actually learned so many magical skills. I really can't let you live." The old Emperor Lord's eyes were very sharp. He did not know how many martial arts experts used, and there was almost nothing he did not know. He immediately recognized it. The murderous intention in his eyes became more and more intense. Because of this, Yi Shiwen wanted to die even more. Such a person was really a huge hidden danger for the heavenly clan. "Break for me." In the old Emperor Lord's palm, there was a star river of the universe revolving. All of Yi Shiwen's attacks fell into his star river of the universe and could not really hurt him. Buddhist kingdom in the palm magical skill. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized it. It was very similar to the legendary Buddhist magical power, the 3,000 Buddhist country in the palm. Many sects also had similar magical powers, such as the universe in the sleeve, and so on. However, it was very rare for someone to be able to use it to this extent and easily annihilate Yi Shiwen's offensive. "Humph, your skills are good, but you have to understand that such ordinary skills are still not enough for us Emperor Lords," said the old Emperor Lord coldly. "Shroud for me." Suddenly, there was a huge star river between the heaven and the earth. Then the star river suddenly reversed and instantly covered the sky. There was an earth-shattering power that instantly shrouded Yi Shiwen. Humph. Yi Shiwen did not care at all, and he did not have the slightest fear. He stretched his arms directly, and his left hand directly transformed into the sky-flipping seal, and his right hand transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He did not retreat at all, and directly rushed into the old Emperor Lord's Star River. Countless stars instantly exploded around him, and many of them were blasted away by his fist. They could not hurt Yi Shiwen at all. It was a kind of immortal divine power, and even a kind of aura similar to that of the old Emperor Lord appeared on Yi Shiwen's body. The vitality of his whole body was surging, and it was burning. The entire star river collapsed. Yi Shiwen was too strong, and his vitality even penetrated through the heaven and earth, and burned everything. "Die!" The old Emperor Lord shouted, and everything was restored. Those stars that were blasted away by Yi Shiwen recovered at an astonishing speed, and then continued to suppress Yi Shiwen. "I want to see to what extent you can persist." The old Emperor Lord looked at Yi Shiwen coldly, and watched as the Star River once again engulfed Yi Shiwen. Everything seemed to be restored again, as if it had not disappeared at all. "To what extent can I persist? I must persist more than you. The fist is afraid of the young and the strong. You are old, and you are seriously injured. You can't recover at all, and you still want to compete with me in vitality?" Yi Shiwen laughed, and he was not afraid at all. "Sigh, maybe. This is also a kind of fate." The old Emperor Lord looked at Yi Shiwen and revealed 2 rows of white teeth. His smile was a bit creepy. "I didn't expect you to appear. This is great, ha 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 ha. With my current cultivation, there is no one who can withstand my possession. But you have appeared, and you have such ability." The old Emperor Lord's expression became more and more awe-inspiring. "You want to possess me?" Yi Shiwen sneered. "Originally, if you were a hero of my Tian clan, I might not necessarily have made such a determination. But who asked you to be a human? There is no one more suitable than you. Only you can bear my path, and let me live a second life," said the old Emperor Lord coldly. "So, even if you didn't find out that I am a human, you would still have attempted to possess me?" Yi Shiwen suddenly smiled and asked, "Yes, I don't care about ordinary mediocre people, and I have no use for them. But you are different after all. With such talent and such a body, I won't come across you even once in millions or millions of years. Who wouldn't want to live?" The old Emperor Lord grinned and said, "You won't understand how important it is to be able to live well until you are on the verge of death. As long as I can possess you, it is not impossible for me to achieve my path again with the basic condition of your body. Then you better go to hell. God has given you a chance to attain enlightenment. You're already in such a miserable state, and you still want a second chance? You're really delusional, Yi Shiwen roared. His entire body instantly leaped up like a kunpeng descending to the world. Chapter 29-28. Yi Shiwen leaped out like a rock and directly crossed the entire illusionary galaxy. All the stars were smashed in an instant. The principles that belonged to the Emperor realm had just manifested and were instantly smashed into pieces. They turned into the most basic source of magic power and rushed in all directions. Yi Shiwen was like a rock. Fortunately, there was no one else in this altar space. Otherwise, this magic power shock wave alone could annihilate and kill a divine king. Although the strength of the two was still not comparable to the emperor, it was far above the ordinary quasi-emperors due to various reasons. Your strength is indeed unexpected, but since I can make you like this, I can also destroy you. The old emperor suddenly attacked. His strength was raised to the limit, and his speed was fast to the peak. All kinds of terrifying auras were evolving at an astonishing speed. This was a real emperor. Even if he was seriously injured, it was not a joke. In my opinion, your strength is nothing at all. Beat me first, then you can talk big. Yi Shiwen laughed and did not take it seriously. Boom! Around him, the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers emerged. His martial arts also began to burn. All kinds of chaotic laws were arranged in a dense and orderly manner, interweaving into a huge domain. This domain devoured and smashed everything. The two of them fought to the peak in an instant. It was unknown how many times they had fought. If they were fighting outside, even the world would be penetrated by their attacks. Is this all you have? If you don't show your true strength, then I will really kill an emperor. Yi Shiwen said. You don't need to worry. I don't need to use my peak to deal with you, the old emperor said calmly. If it was not a critical moment, he did not want to burn to the peak. It was too painful. The reason why he was hiding in the inheritance altar was because his injuries were too severe. With the recovery ability of a monarch, there seemed to be nothing in the world that couldn't be healed. But even so, he was still hiding in the inheritance altar. One could imagine how severe his injuries were. The result of awakening at will was that he might perish completely. It was useless even if he hid in this inheritance altar. It hadn't reached that step yet. He didn't want to perish together with Yi Shiwen. He still wanted to seize Yi Shiwen's body. If you don't use all your tricks, then I'm really going to make my move. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered with the radiance of wisdom. He thought in his heart, this old emperor is indeed an expert. His combat experience is extremely rich. What he said just now was not only to deter the old monarch, it was also the truth. By forcing the old Empyrean lord to ascend to the peak, he was forcing the old Empyrean lord to expend his chi and blood, exhausting him to death. Originally, it was impossible for an ordinary person to compete with an emperor in terms of chi and blood. However, it was different now. Yi Shiwen was too strong. It was hard to say whether there had been such a quasi-emperor since ancient times. Moreover, the emperor in front of him was unprecedentedly weak. If this dragged on, it would be normal for the two sides to fight for hundreds or even thousands of years. But this was the Tian clan's territory, and it was an important place for the Tian clan. This wasn't the Tian clan's main camp. There were no experts who could keep him in check. If he could come and go as he pleased, once he provoked a sovereign emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the entire inheritance altar was sealed, it was hard to say if the old emperor had any other means to spread the news. He had to end the battle quickly and force the old emperor to ascend. At that time, even if he couldn't kill the old emperor, he would exhaust him to death. And obviously, the old emperor on the opposite side had also seen through Yi Shiwen's plot. Yi Shiwen had experienced hundreds of battles, so he didn't have any advantage in this aspect. He guessed the other party's thoughts almost at the same time. Therefore, Yi Shiwen simply didn't provoke the old emperor and directly went head-on. No matter how powerful the old emperor was, he had also been seriously injured. This was Yi Shiwen's biggest advantage. Yi Shiwen roared, and the qi and blood in his body boiled. The time robe appeared in an instant. If he wanted to fight with a real emperor, he couldn't do it without the protection of a Dao tool. With the protection of a Dao tool, he was confident that he could fight with the old emperor without falling into a disadvantageous position. Yi Shiwen just blasted out a punch. His fist could shatter stars. It was his biggest reliance. With the protection of the time robe, Yi Shiwen's movements became bigger and bigger. Sometimes he didn't even care about defense at all. Such a violent attack frequently shook the entire space of the inheritance altar. Although the inheritance altar was made of special materials, it also began to shake in the face of such a level of collision, and the space was shaking violently. Die! Yi Shiwen's attack became more and more violent. His fists frequently turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Every punch would directly hit the protective shield around the old emperor. In the face of Yi Shiwen's attack, the old emperor was constantly retreating from time to time. This was simply incredible in his battle career. He was forced to this extent by a quasi-emperor. It was simply a miracle. Even if it was said, not many people would believe it. But all this had happened because of the help of the time robe. Originally, Yi Shiwen wasn't strong enough to fight against the old emperor. But if he wanted to fight against the old emperor's body with his physical body, he would definitely suffer a big loss in the end. However, Yi Shiwen didn't take the ordinary path at all. He didn't follow the ordinary routine at all. The power of the time robe was also strong enough. Not only could it protect Yi Shiwen, but it could also enhance Yi Shiwen's punching technique at the same time. Yi Shiwen was indeed extraordinary. He could integrate the time power of the time robe into his punching technique. Otherwise, the time robe wouldn't have been able to enhance his punching technique to such a terrifying extent. It was precisely because of the time robe that Yi Shiwen truly had the capital to fight against the old emperor. He had turned from a guy who was passable to the eye into an extremely troublesome guy. This is the end. The old emperor swatted away Yi Shiwen's earth-shattering punch. Around him, the power of countless stars had completely evolved at this moment. This was not an illusion at all. Instead, he had evolved a huge galaxy according to the laws between heaven and earth. This was the means of a real emperor. Compared to an emperor, a quasi-emperor was nothing. They weren't on the same level at all. A quasi-emperor could destroy a world, but an emperor could create a world. Their use of the power of laws was already on a completely different level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to open up such a huge continent in this endless chaos. What kind of great feat was this? A world that could originally only be formed naturally had been artificially created just like that. The real world and the real galaxy had condensed together and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Its power was more than just a little stronger than when it had been illusionary. Building the forest was like being rejected by the world and being attacked by the world. It was a feeling that made it hard for people to breathe. This was the means of an emperor. It was also a means that Yi Shiwen didn't possess. He hadn't reached that realm yet. He couldn't do anything about it. However, he had a tough way to break through with force. It didn't matter what kind of technique or magical power one had. It was a fact that his vitality wasn't as vigorous as Yi Shiwen's. It was also a fact that he wasn't at his peak state. Yi Shiwen operated his spiritual power, which was burning fiercely. Countless rays of martial arts were like golden lights that filled the sky, spreading in all directions. Yi Shiwen's many martial arts incarnations had all fused and condensed together. This was an amazing means. Yi Shiwen's strength instantly skyrocketed. Although it couldn't be compared to the level that he could have improved in the past, the increase in his skills was also a lot. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist smashed into the galaxy. An entire galaxy collapsed in an instant. The old emperor was a little surprised. Even though he had used a means that belonged to an emperor, he still couldn't suppress Yi Shiwen. This guy was too strong. even if he couldn't cultivate in the future. Just his current state alone was a huge trouble for the celestial race. The killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. He couldn't wait to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces. It's a pity. Although you've comprehended some things, a quasi-emperor is still a quasi-emperor after all. You don't have the ability to display it. The clothes on the old emperor's body fluttered without any wind. His power was even more intense. At this moment, it even gave people a feeling that he was almost restored to the peak of the emperor realm. Any of his attacks could kill a peak of the emperor realm. How terrifying was that? His attacks swept out like a chain and bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. In the face of such attacks, Yi Shiwen wasn't willing to show weakness. Du Hong, who was going tit for tat with him, didn't show weakness at all. I remember now. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the unluckiest person in history, the great Star Emperor. Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered who the old emperor in front of him was. Because he was famous, he was famous. Also, he wasn't famous. Among the many emperors of the celestial race, his strength wasn't the strongest, but his reputation wasn't small. It was because after he became an emperor, he didn't have any achievements. Because in his first battle, he encountered Emperor Huang Xianyuan, who was in the limelight and was at the peak of his life. Emperor Huang Xianyuan was a super fierce person who could fight several people at once. Hence, tragedy struck. In the first battle, he was directly crippled. Now, Yi Shiwen suddenly understood why he had such a great resentment towards Emperor Huang Xianyuan and the human race. It was simply a blood feud. Anyone who achieved the Tao and became an emperor, becoming one of the strongest people in the world, should enjoy supreme glory and honor. Although there were emperors who fell in the past, they had been famous for a long time and enjoyed what they could. But he was directly crippled when he just made his debut. The resentment here could cross the long river of history. Chapter 29:29. If Yi Shiwen was killed as soon as he achieved Tao, he would probably think of him for the rest of his life. In this life, he would never be able to end it. Therefore, the Star Emperor disappeared directly after he became famous. Compared to the other emperors of the Celestial clan, he was not famous at all. Therefore, Yi Shiwen couldn't recall the identity of this Star Emperor for a while. What kind of person was he? When the Star Emperor saw Yi Shiwen calling out his identity, he couldn't help but pull a long face. The biggest failure and the biggest shame in his life was brought to him by Emperor Huang Xianyuan. How could he not hate Yi Shiwen? You have completely infuriated me. There is no benefit for you, said the Star Emperor coldly, because your soul will be extracted by me and you will be tortured for eternity. If that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish, said the Star Emperor coldly. He waved his hand in the void, and then a transparent lake appeared in front of him. He opened his mouth and swallowed the transparent lake water. Almost in an instant, the qi and blood in his body began to rise wildly, as if he could tear the world apart with this qi and blood alone. Do you know what this is? This is the reincarnation water that I have spent a lot of effort to find. It can restore the greatest strength in a short time. You are dead, said the Star Emperor coldly. On his body, a metal armor began to appear. Star Emperor robe. This was the Tao instrument that he carried with him. However, there were many cracks on this Star Emperor robe. There was a big hole in his chest. It was this blow that directly injured the Star Emperor. It broke his Star Emperor robe. Only in this way could the Star Emperor be injured to such an extent. Even after countless years, Yi Shiwen seemed to be able to see how terrifying the battle was just by looking at this big hole. He seemed to be able to see the peerless style of Emperor Huang Xianyuan. The great Star Emperor became serious. He used the reincarnation water to restore himself to the peak. Then he launched an attack. He no longer had that kind of patience. Instead of letting Yi Shiwen torture him to death, it was better to fight with all his might and kill him. The Astral Emperor's robe shone with a star-like radiance. Although it was already half broken, it was still much more powerful than ordinary divine weapons. With the help of the Astral Emperor's robe, the Astral Emperor's strength had leaped to the peak. Have you recovered to your strongest state? Then let me send you to hell in your strongest state. Yi Shiwen coldly smiled. The giant devil ship suddenly appeared in his hand. He had already refined the giant devil ship. It had his imprint on it, so there wouldn't be any problem for him to refine it with his martial power. Using a Tao artifact to fight against a Tao artifact was the only way for them to stand a chance against him. The time robe was mainly used for defense, not offense. The Star Emperor had completely recovered at this moment. The huge devil ship in Yi Shiwen's hand was getting bigger and bigger. Its huge body occupied the entire space as it rushed forward. The giant devil ship was very terrifying. It was the devil race's Tao artifact. Its status could be imagined. The giant devil ship is indeed good. However, it can't display its true power in your hands. It's best if it's in my hands. The Star Emperor jumped up and directly rushed out. He collided with the giant devil ship without any fear. Rumble! In an instant, the entire space was filled with billions of rays of light. The collision of both sides caused cracks to appear in the altar space. Endless, blazing rays of light collided with each other. The most dreadful energy storm erupted. Again, the collision this time was almost equally matched. Both sides seemed to be unsatisfied. They collided again. Boom! 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 The fierce battle was still going on. A moment of collision might represent 1,000 or even 10,000 collisions. Both sides were equally matched. The Star Emperor was very strong. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't inferior either. He didn't give in even when facing a powerful emperor. Human, you're very good. You've forced me to this extent. It's time for you to die. A huge universe appeared behind the Star Emperor. The entire universe was getting more and more real. It was much more terrifying than the Milky Way just now. Now, Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered. In an instant he attacked. The Star Emperor used his true trump card. However, when he executed it, it wasn't perfect at all because he was seriously injured. There was a loophole. This tiny loophole was meaningless to others because it was impossible for them to catch it. However, Yi Shiwen could. He really caught that strand of opportunity. The Avicii sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. He had been hiding his trump card for a long time, and he had finally revealed it at this moment. He had been preparing since the beginning of the fight. He had been waiting for this opportunity to strike. Boom! An amazing sword aura soared into the sky. It instantly pierced through everything. The world seemed to be destroyed. The laws were destroyed. The universe was reversed. Everything turned into a black hole. He attacked ruthlessly. Under the sword momentum of the Avicii sword, Yi Shiwen's attack reached the most terrifying degree. This sword aura created a huge crack on the entire altar. Endless sword aura swept through the crack, completely alarming those who were still guarding around the altar. Although the Star Emperor knew that there was a loophole when he used this move, he didn't think it mattered. Even if Yi Shiwen used the giant devil worship, it was impossible to penetrate the defense of his Star Emperor clothes. He still had this bit of confidence. After all, the giant devil worship wasn't a Tao tool that specialized in combat. It was powerful. However, it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to rely on the giant devil worship to break his defense. However, he had never expected that Yi Shiwen would have a hidden Tao tool. This was completely beyond his control and expectations. A quasi-emperor with one Tao artifact was already extremely powerful. Having two Tao artifacts was simply heaven-defying. One must know that even he did not have two Tao artifacts. But now, a third Tao artifact had suddenly appeared. He was about to faint. It would be fine if it was a Tao tool like the giant devil worship. However, it was a peerless weapon like the Avicii sword that instantly destroyed all his defenses. Boom! Yi Shiwen's sword aura directly pierced through his Star River domain. It annihilated time and space, and fiercely blasted into the Star Emperor clothes. In particular, the Star Emperor clothes wasn't flawless. If it was flawless, it might be able to resist for a while. However, it had a huge loophole. It might not be considered a real weakness during normal times. However, it was enough to be fatal now. Bang! The great Star Emperor was directly hit and was sent flying. His chest was drenched with blood. Blood spurted out, and the golden blood flowed like a river. His primordial spirit was slashed. The endless evil chi directly blasted into his primordial spirit. It actually began to burn his primordial spirit, the Imperial Emperor's primordial spirit. This blow shook the world. The illusionary star river shattered on the spot. It was completely broken, along with the Star Emperor being blasted away. However, this was just the beginning. Yi Shiwen had been waiting for this opportunity. From the beginning, his mind had been constantly calculating this opportunity. He had calculated countless methods. It'll be terrible if you continue to drag on. So, let me finish you off completely. Yi Shiwen soared into the sky like a rock. He quickly and violently swept past the Star River. He held the giant devil worship in his left hand and the Avicii sword in his right hand. He directly slashed down. The Star Emperor kept vomiting blood in the air. This blood turned into endless essence. It directly evolved into martial arts and magical powers. It blasted towards Yi Shiwen. This was to stop Yi Shiwen. However, these attacks were useless. Under the sword aura of Yi Shiwen's Avicii sword, all of them turned into nothingness. These attacks could not stop Yi Shiwen. In a moment, Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of the Star Emperor. Sword of Domination. Yi Shiwen used the Sword of Domination with the Avicii sword. The sword light burst, and the divine light flickered. There was nothing more dazzling than this in the world. Yi Shiwen was merciless. The Sword of Domination in his hand erupted with unprecedented power. It kept falling. His killing intent exploded like never before. He had already gone crazy. He had to do this in the face of an emperor. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died under his sword. However, the Star Emperor did not die. He continued to forcibly hold on. One could imagine how terrifying the recovery ability of a real emperor was. It was unimaginably powerful. It was precisely because of this that he could not give the Star Emperor any chance to breathe. Otherwise, it would return to a stalemate. This was definitely not what he wanted. Die. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's Avicii sword, the devil's giant worship, and the time magic robe had all displayed their might. It was as if 3 powerful emperors had awakened at the same time and were besieging the Star Emperor. Numerous magnificent marks instantly appeared on the entire inheritance altar. It was about to be chewed to pieces. I won't die. The Star Emperor roared. For the first time he felt a fatal threat. Won't die? You are thinking too much. Yi Shiwen's sword slashed down again and again. Every sword directly blasted towards the chest of the Star Emperor. That was the place where he was seriously injured. It was also his weakness. Bang! 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 The Star Emperor was constantly blasted away. Blood kept spurting out. His vitality was lost at an alarming rate. Boom! Yi Shiwen went crazy with the last sword. The sword directly pierced through the Star Emperor and nailed him to death. With a loud noise, the inheritance altar shattered. Chapter 2930. In the land of origin, everyone only heard a loud bang, and they saw the entire inheritance altar explode. An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky of the entire origin grounds. Countless laws spread out in a frenzy like a tide of energy. Then, 2 figures flew out directly. It was the Star Emperor and Yi Shiwen. This is what's going on. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't know what was happening inside. Originally, there was a strange movement in the altar, but everyone who didn't know what was happening inside could only guess that it was still in the inheritance altar. However, they definitely didn't expect such a fierce battle to take place inside. Yi Shiyun's sword was still firmly inserted on the chest of the Star Emperor. The vitality of the Star Emperor was slipping away with every passing second. The sword of Avicii was nailed to the chest of the Star Emperor. That was his only weakness. It was the biggest weakness that was exposed by Emperor Huang Xianyuan. Otherwise, the Avicii sword wouldn't be able to easily penetrate the defense of the Star Emperor's clothes. The Star Emperor's arm kept raising, trying to pull out the Avicii sword from his chest, but it was useless. He only felt that the power of his whole body was sealed, and his vitality was being sucked away at an amazing speed. He had no strength to pull out the Avicii sword. Moreover, after the collapse of the inheritance altar, there was no more mysterious power that could cover his injury. The Tao injury that was originally injured by Emperor Huang Xianyuan finally couldn't be stopped, and it began to relapse. His life force was weakening at an alarming rate. His body, his flesh and blood were swallowed by the Avicii sword. Ha 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 ha, this is great, it's really great. There was a carefree laughter from the Avicii sword. Even if it was a Tao instrument, there were not many opportunities to drink the blood of an emperor, not to mention that it was sucking the blood crazily without being able to fight back. At the level of a Tao instrument, it was impossible to improve them in the slightest under normal circumstances. However, the flesh and blood of an emperor was an exception, and it was enough to make it to the next level. Roar! The Star Emperor was constantly struggling and roaring, but the scene in front of him was getting more and more blurred. The Tao injury on his body was relapsing and spreading at an amazing speed. This made him even more powerless when facing Yi Shiyun. He was indignant. He had dominated the world and had just attained the Tao. Yet he was defeated by the human Emperor Huang Xianyuan. In the end, even if he died, he would have to be sent off by the new talent of the human race. Even if I die, I won't fall into your hands. The great Star Emperor roared. His expression was indifferent, as if he had seen through everything in an instant. He was extremely calm. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, but the energy fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Yi Shiyun roared, "Not good!" Yi Shiyun quickly pulled out the Avicii sword, and his figure suddenly flickered out. However, he saw a huge mushroom cloud rising up, and the surging energy tide-drowned everything. For a moment, everything in front of him was drowned. The galaxy lost its luster, and the universe reversed. Even some parts of time appeared to flow backward. This terrifying, explosive energy annihilated everything in the vicinity. Whether it was alive or not, everything exploded. Even though Yi Shiyun had already retreated thousands of miles away in an instant, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying shock wave had completely annihilated him. If it wasn't for the protection of the time robe, even he would have been seriously injured by such an explosion. He might even have died. After the great Star Emperor attained the Tao, he had spent his life in grievance, but at the last moment he still chose the most unyielding way to protect his glory and dignity. Yi Shiyun didn't have time to admire the great Star Emperor's unyielding way at the last moment, because such an explosion wave had already attracted the attention of other Emperor Lords. The great Star Emperor's self-destruction, even in a state of near death, was comparable to a full blow from an Emperor Lord. If Yi Shiyun hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been killed in seconds. Terrifying auras were projected down one after another, and each aura was completely different. It was enough to prove that the existence of several Emperor Lords in the Heavenly Clan was not a joke at all. Yi Shiyun suddenly felt cold sweat running down his back, and the complacency of just breaking through disappeared without a trace. Now he was probably the strongest quasi-emperor in history, and he might not necessarily die in the face of Emperor Lord. However, it was just that he might not die. Even if he used all of his means, that was all there was to it. At this time, he no longer intended to look for NID. Perhaps NID was also the focus of the Emperor Lords. Under the attention of the Emperor Lords, it was impossible to kill him. Moreover, several great Emperor Lords had already noticed this place, so it was even more impossible for Yi Shiyun to stay. Under the attention of the Emperor Lords, Nothing could be preserved. Yi Shiwen immediately activated the time robe with all his strength, regardless of the injuries on his body, and suddenly tore a huge crack in the entire primitive land. A space passage appeared, and his figure suddenly jumped out. The demon wings on Yi Shiwen's back flapped crazily, and then he flew out of the Heavenly Clan's mainland in an instant, fleeing directly in the direction of the Seal of the Two Realms. "Stay here!" A loud roar came from all directions, and then an overwhelming pressure was emitted and instantly crushed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen only felt that his whole body seemed to have fallen into endless shock, and his hands and feet were not nimble, and a terrifying aura was catching up. "Damn it, I'm going all out." Yi Shiwen drew out the Avicii sword and slashed out. The amazing sword light split apart, and in an instant the sticky aura was directly split apart, and then his whole body flew out instantly. Boom! The place where Yi Shiwen stood just now had completely turned into nothingness, crushed by a spiritual power. Yi Shiwen's action alarmed an Emperor Lord, and he chased after him. This was the power of an Emperor Lord. Although he had alarmed the Emperor Lords, he didn't regret it, because even if he hadn't escaped at that time, he wouldn't have been able to escape under the blanket search of the Emperor Lord's divine senses. So it would have been better to escape before that happened. "You still want to escape." The voice was even more furious, as if it saw Yi Shiwen escape, and was even more furious, simply provoking its bottom line. But hearing this voice, Yi Shiwen escaped even faster. What a joke! If he stopped, he would probably be torn apart by this angry Emperor Lord. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen suddenly took a big step and instantly rushed to the edge of the seal. At this time, the Emperor Lord had also rushed over, and an unparalleled heavenly power swept down, directly falling on Yi Shiwen's body. Bang! Yi Shiwen let out a muffled groan, and was directly hit. His whole body instantly flew into the seal, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. After entering the seal, Yi Shiwen did not slow down at all, and in a moment he had already rushed out of the other side of the seal, and at this time the other side of the seal had obviously received the notice, and many experts flew up one after another, surrounding Yi Shiwen, who had just come out of the seal. "Stop!" A peak quasi-emperor directly flew up and wanted to disarm Yi Shiwen by relying on the number of people to seal him. Pucci! His eyes instantly widened, and he did not know when the Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand had actually pierced through him. His life force was instantly sucked out by the Avicii sword, and he turned into a dried corpse falling down. Comparing a peak quasi-emperor and an Emperor Lord, the difference was really too big. Even if it was a seriously injured Emperor Lord, there was no comparison at all. He actually dared. Go, kill him! Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's behavior made these arrogant soldiers of the celestial race completely angry, and they surrounded him one after another, rushing up to kill. Puff! 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 The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand launched a crazy massacre, and his whole body was like a rock spreading its wings, directly rushing into the encirclement of these celestial race experts, without the slightest fear. He had the protection of the time magic robe, and the attacks of those celestial race experts could not do anything to him, and he did not even need to care about the place where he was defending. On the other side, the Avicii sword was completely invincible, and no matter what kind of attack, what kind of defense, they all turned into ashes under the sword and turned into nothingness, unable to form an effective supply to Yi Shiwen. There were screams everywhere, and in an instant there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere, and many experts fell like dumplings, and countless of them were cut in half by Yi Shiwen. Even peak quasi-emperors could only hold on for a little longer under Yi Shiwen's hands, and the others were all killed in one move. Blood flowed like a river, and in just a few breaths, more than half of the elites who were stationed in the seal had been slaughtered. Never had they imagined that someone could actually be so powerful. Even the legendary sovereign lords were probably only at this level. However, Yi Shiwen did not stay for long, because at this time he had already completely alarmed the celestial race guarding the seal. There were Dao tools that were recovering, and there were also some methods that the guards used to deal with the emperor. If he were to forcefully fight, Yi Shiwen might even suffer a loss. There was no way he could gain anything, and there was no need to waste time here. Yi Shiwen used the Avicii sword to open a path, and instantly disappeared from the seal. When the celestial race and the seal saw this scene, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although they also wanted to make a great contribution and stop this damned guy, they quickly gave up. What a joke! No matter how they looked at it, this was a super ominous star. Even if they used their trump cards, the probability of killing him was too low. When did such a monster appear in this world? Chapter 29:31. Yi Shiwen returned to the Myriad Heavens realm. His matter soon alarmed the entire Myriad Heavens realm. After arriving at the sealed area, although Yi Shiwen's appearance was still that of a Tian clan, the Dao tool he used was his own. Therefore, his identity was quickly discovered. This battle was really earth-shattering. Although no one knew that he slaughtered a real emperor in the origin ground of the Tian clan, he was invincible in the sealed land. He forced the Tian clan experts to not dare to come forward. In the end, they could only let him go. Such a glorious feat had already made the faces of many experts in the Myriad Heavens realm change. Many people received very detailed battle reports, and their faces changed. A peak quasi-emperor couldn't even withstand one move from the current Yi Shiwen. It was useless. How terrifying was that? It also meant that even though he wasn't an emperor monarch yet, his deterrence was already not much different from an emperor monarch's. How could this not make those old monsters who thought they were already standing at the top of the pyramid tremble in fear? They could already be said to be the strongest experts in the Myriad Heavens realm. In the era where the emperor didn't appear, no one could be compared with them. Yi Shiwen was at most on par with them in the past. In the past, Yi Shiwen was at most on par with them and became one of them. However, after coming out of the sealed land, Yi Shiwen seemed to have been reborn. Slaughtering peak quasi-emperors was like child's play to him. There was no difficulty at all. This made many people feel that they were in imminent danger. They were no longer aloof. They also had a nemesis. Yi Shiwen hadn't achieved the Dao yet. However, his threat wasn't any less than that of the legendary Emperor. They even had to use the trump cards and means to deal with the Emperor to be able to contain Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, there was no way to fight against his existence. For the allied forces of the various races, it could be said to be like adding wings to a tiger with the help of such a super expert. However, on the other hand, for the Tian clan, it was a huge disaster and nightmare. All the experts on their side were not strong enough in front of Yi Shiwen. They were not a match at all. After Yi Shiwen returned to the Myriad Heavens realm, he did not make any unnecessary movements. He just conveniently picked several strongholds of the Tian clan. Many experts died tragically in his hands. Those Tian clan tried their best to resist, but they were too weak in front of Yi Shiwen. After all, not every stronghold of the Tian clan had the trump cards and means to fight against the Tian clan. They could not stop Yi Shiwen at all. Soon, the morale of the allied forces of the Tian clan was boosted. They began to prepare a counterattack. They wanted to use Yi Shiwen as the arrowhead to defeat the Tian clan. Very quickly, the higher-ups of the Tian clan ordered the Tian clan to gather together and not disperse. In the past, there was no problem with this method of attacking from all directions. But now with Yi Shiwen, the biggest variable, everything was completely different. No one could stop Yi Shiwen, so they could only shrink the defensive line. Otherwise, it would be bad if Yi Shiwen broke through them one by one. At this time, even if the Tian clan was extremely aggrieved, they could only endure it. They were all waiting for D and I to become an emperor. As long as D and I could become an emperor, then the situation would be completely reversed. It would be completely different from before. At that time, the ones hiding would be the allied forces of the various races. The allied forces of the various races obviously saw through the thoughts of the Tian clan and began to attack fiercely. Especially the Tian clan camp, they were constantly killing. Yi Shiwen, who had just returned, joined the expedition army after healing his injuries. However, it was different from the previous Tian clan stronghold. In the Tian clan camp, there were countless experts of the Tian clan, and they had many trump cards. Even compared to the allied forces of the various races, they were not weaker. Even with Yi Shiwen as the arrowhead, it was still difficult. It was really an inch of land, an inch of blood. Step by step, the losses on both sides were incomparably huge. Soon, the allied forces of the various races could not hold on any longer. It was not like the Tian clan where they were all one race. With the command of the emperor, everyone could fight to the death for the same goal. After all, the allied forces of the various races were composed of various races. They simply listened to each other. If the losses were heavy, even if they knew that this was to curb the development of the Tian clan, it would be useless. For a time, the attacks of the entire allied forces of the various races stopped. They were just slowly oppressing, repeatedly fighting inch by inch. They no longer had the momentum of a large-scale attack. Yi Shiwen quickly retreated from the front line because he knew that these things were of no use at all. As long as DNI did not die, then no matter how hard they tried, no matter how many experts of the Tian clan they killed, it would be useless. Now, DNI should be in the continent of the Tian clan, receiving guidance from the emperor of the Tian clan. When he reappeared in the myriad heavens, it would probably be the time for him to achieve Tao. At that time, it would be even more unstoppable. Therefore, to solve this problem fundamentally, there was only one way, and that was to achieve Tao faster than DNI. This was the fundamental way to solve the problem. Therefore, Yi Shiwen did not intend to continue to participate in the battle. Instead, he began to close up. Unlike before, he had now truly stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm and was already qualified to attack the emperor realm. Coupled with the many inheritances of the great star emperor, he also had some understanding of the realms above the emperor realm. This was the root and foundation of everything. This gave him the possibility of attacking the emperor realm. Everything must be done in a race against time with DNI. He must not let DNI be one step ahead of him. After Yi Shiwen planned to close up, he called Yi Qianqian and Yi Mo over. Yi Qianqian also planned to close up again to completely refine the demonic worship. She had been injured by the Lord of Nothingness this time, and the fact that he had snatched away the giant devil ship had made her feel even more ashamed. She had slowly become accustomed to relying on Yi Shiwen over the years. However, she was still the peerless white-clothed woman of the Yi clan. She was still the peerless goddess of the Yi clan. She had made such a big name in the Yi clan back then, so one could imagine that she was also very competitive. This time, the incident was undoubtedly an absolute humiliation, a huge humiliation. This time, not only did she want to close up and refine the demonic worship, but she also wanted to thoroughly improve her cultivation to the point where she could truly rush to the same level as Yi Shiwen. Yi Mo had also just come out of the close-up to take a short break. He was still constantly digesting the emperor corpse, refining it, and constantly devouring the blood essence, turning it into his own, to truly forge the foundation of the emperor's road. At the same time, during this period of time, he also gave a part of the emperor corpse's blood essence that he had refined himself to Yi Qianqian. Otherwise, Yi Qianqian's cultivation could not have improved so quickly. This time I am going to close up, and it may be a very long time. I don't know when I will come out of the close-up, unless there is a huge change. Otherwise, I will not come out unless I have the confidence to achieve Tao. Yi Shiwen looked at the two and said, "If I can't achieve Tao, the consequences are simply unimaginable. As far as I know, DNI has already received guidance from the Emperor of the Sky Clan. I am afraid it will not take long for him to achieve Tao. I must catch up with his progress, otherwise no one in the myriad worlds will survive." Yi Shiwen said seriously, and the two naturally understood the current situation. It could be said that it was really an extremely dangerous time. Don't worry, I will also help you look after the matters here. You don't have to be too nervous. Maybe I will achieve Tao one step earlier than you, and DNI, ha ha ha. Yi Mo said with a laugh. During this period of time, he was also preparing for achieving Tao. Although it was not comparable to Yi Shiwen's fortuitous encounter, he had already prepared to the final stage. Maybe in the end, he might really achieve Tao one step earlier than Yi Shiwen. You have to be careful, especially the Netherworld Kingdom. They may also come. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Qianshan and said, the only person he was worried about was probably Yi Qianshan. Among his 3 women, Hua Menghan was still in the ancient Phoenix world. It was unlikely for the Tian race to invade the ancient Phoenix world. As for Dawn, she was also in the heavenly realm. The heaven realm had martial arts sect, and even the Emperor clan, Ji family, and other colossal forces to guard it. It was also the true forbidden area of the Sky clan. Only Yi Qianshan not only needed to stay in the secret alliance, but more importantly, there was a colossal force like the Netherworld Kingdom as an enemy. Even the legendary, extremely terrifying Netherworld Emperor was in the process of recovery. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm not that weak. Yi Qianshan smiled gently. It seemed that she would only reveal a rare and brilliant smile when she was with Yi Shiwen. If that's the case, then I'll go into seclusion first. Yi Shiwen said. Previously, he had already instructed the Hidden King that no matter who came, he would not meet them. He had also sent people to deliver the news to the ancient Heavenly Court, martial arts sect, and other places. Therefore, very soon, the news that Yi Shiwen was preparing to achieve Tao spread throughout the heavens and realms. Originally, this was not considered big news. After all, in the heavens and realms, there were many peak quasi-emperors. These peak quasi-emperors all had the power to overturn rivers and seas, and they were all preparing to achieve Tao. Some of them had even begun working hard to break through to that legendary realm millions or tens of millions of years ago, but they had never succeeded. And Yi Shiwen was originally just one of these people. But during this period of time, Yi Shiwen's performance was too shocking. From many juniors who needed the protection of many big shots, rookies, to the current peerless expert, his transformation was too shocking. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, if there was anyone in this world who could achieve Tao, then other than DNI, only Yi Shiwen could. Therefore, when the news spread, there was an immediate uproar. Had he finally reached this step? Chapter 2932. Those who could reach this step were famous for many years and had conquered the world. In Yi Shiwen's generation, it was rare to even step into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Not to mention that the peak of the quasi-emperor realm was equivalent to the gap between an ordinary peak of the quasi-emperor realm and the Mahasvara realm. Yi Shiwen not only used less than 10,000 years to reach the quasi-emperor realm, but also leaped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Now he had reached the point where he could reach the emperor realm. Among 10 peak of the quasi-emperor realm, there might not be one who had the strength to reach the emperor realm. Although everyone had been mentally prepared since Yi Shiwen's strong rise. But when all this really happened, many people still felt unprepared, especially at this critical juncture. This kid has a promising future. Maybe he really has the possibility of success. Someone exclaimed. There were many people who wanted to reach the emperor realm, but in modern times, only Emperor Qin had really reached it. The others had been wandering outside the door for years, exhausting their efforts. At least in terms of momentum, Yi Shiwen was the most likely to succeed. Most of the people who became emperors, since ancient times, were like this. There were not many people who could slowly grind in, but not everyone thought so. Some people thought that Yi Shiwen was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was impossible to really rush in directly. Otherwise, how could these old monsters bear it? There were people with different views, but in any case, it was a good thing for the coalition forces. In the future, when they fought against the NID, they would have one more trump card and a little more hope. Even if the NID became an emperor, it was not the most fatal for the coalition forces. After all, many immortal emperor inheritances had the means to restrain the emperor. It was impossible for one emperor to really turn the tide. The real trouble was that after the NID became an emperor, he broke the seal and released the other emperors of the Tian clan. In that case, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. Just one emperor was not enough to deal with, let alone so many emperors joining forces. On the other hand, the heavenly race had also raised Yi Shiwen's threat to the highest level. From time to time, super experts would go to the Hidden Alliance to probe. Although Yi Mo and Yi Qianqian would come out of closed-door cultivation to protect them from time to time, the two of them were already exhausted from dealing with these super experts. Fortunately, later on, the allied forces of the various races knew their place and sent experts to stop the Hidden Alliance. Only then were they able to block the Tian clan's tide-like probing. All of a sudden, the heavens and myriad realms fell into a strange state of waiting. The heavenly clan was waiting for DNI to achieve Tao, while the allied forces were making various preparations. They were also looking forward to Yi Shiwen breaking the miracle and achieving Tao before DNI. Although this kind of hope seemed very slim, it was better than sitting back and waiting for death. Although both sides were waiting, the killing did not stop at all during this period of time. Both sides were filled with experts, especially many of the younger generation who had begun to rise up crazily. It was like a true golden age, with experts emerging in large numbers. Since ancient times, there weren't many golden ages like this, but there would be countless experts and geniuses emerging in any one of them. After Emperor Qin, such a great age hadn't appeared for many years. Even under the tempering of life and death battles, there were more experts emerging in these years than in the past countless years. It was as if a catalyst had been released. Breakthroughs that couldn't be achieved previously were also being achieved. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. In these 3,000 years, everyone's eyes finally left Yi Shiwen. Because he had been in closed-door cultivation, no one really knew what level he had reached. In other words, it was possible that he hadn't made any progress in these 3,000 years. 3,000 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The eyes of the heavens and myriad realms were focused on the younger and newer group of people. Everyone had already faintly excluded Yi Shiwen from the younger generation. It was unfair to the others. Even so, in these 3,000 years, many people had made their own names. Young Kuan Peng, Yi Qianqian, Yi Wudi, and others had all stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Martial Sect and Ji clans Ji Renwang and Ji Xianwang had also shown in the battlefield against the Heavenly Clan and stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Fire Cloud Cave Shinnong, who had been hidden for many years, had a female disciple who claimed to have obtained the inheritance of Earth Emperor Shinnong. As soon as she came out, she was already invincible. Some people even saw her using the Shinnong cauldron to fight against strong enemies, which further confirmed the inheritance of Earth Emperor Shinnong. The siblings Ling Fei and Ling Tian of the Fallen Angel clan and the other 8 royal clans also had strong newcomers. Yi Wudi and Young Kuan Peng belonged to the system of the ancient heavenly court. There was also an ancient great demon among the demon race. It seemed that he had been sealed in the distant ancient times because of an accident. He was born a long time ago, but he wasn't very old. He was about the same age as Yi Wudi and the others. However, he didn't obey the jurisdiction of the ancient heavenly court. His strength had skyrocketed, and he had also reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. He had established his own faction and had become the lord of a region. He had fought with Yi Wudi and Young Kuan Peng many times in order to fight for the leadership of the demon race and the right to speak. Everyone only knew that his origin was extraordinary. He was probably not inferior to Yi Wudi, who had obtained the inheritance of the demon emperor, and Young Kuan Peng, who had obtained the inheritance of the demon master. Perhaps there was a super tycoon hidden behind him. His strength was tyrannical beyond imagination. There were outstanding people among the three races of the human, demon, and demon races who had reached the peak of the world. The other races weren't as lucky as the three races. They didn't have terrifying geniuses in large numbers. However, there were also many super geniuses who had entered the quasi-emperor realm. They obviously couldn't be compared with Yi Wudi and the others. However, they were also second-class super geniuses. Perhaps they wouldn't be far from entering the peak of the quasi-emperor realm in the future. There were also many super geniuses among the heavenly race's allied forces. Some of them were at the peak of their strength. Yi Shiwen had killed the Lord of 10,000 Treasures, the Lord of Nothingness, the Lord of Sky Origin, and the others. However, that was only a part of them. It was unknown how many top experts had been hiding under the guidance of the Emperor of the Heavenly Race. Originally, they had been hiding on the other side of the seal because they didn't have enough resources. However, after returning to the myriad world, they had endless resources. Their growth speed wasn't any slower than the peerless heroes of the allied forces. In fact, they were even faster. The saying that the heavenly race could contend against the myriad world with the strength of one race was absolutely true. In addition to the two camps, even the Netherworld Kingdom had an outstanding inheritor who walked between the heavens and the earth. He was known as the Lord of the Underworld. He was the leader of all the lords of the Netherworld in the Netherworld. No one had seen what he looked like because those who had seen him were all dead. Even the intelligence of all parties could only detect that he was a man. That was all. However, his strength was unquestionable. It was said that he had fought with some top experts of the older generation. He had won every one of them and left. There were masters on both sides. They weren't limited to one side. 3,000 years later, not only did the Netherworld Kingdom not decide which side to surrender to, but it was even more obvious that they were neutral. There had always been rumors that the supreme ruler of the Netherworld Kingdom, the Emperor of the Netherworld, was about to revive. With such a supermaster as his backing, neither the allied forces nor the heavenly race were willing to offend him. They didn't want to add a super helper to the opponent. The situation 3,000 years later hadn't stabilized. There was no saying who was stronger than who. On the contrary, it was even more chaotic. The situation was even more unclear. Both sides had placed high hopes on DNI and Yi Shiwen, but there were still no signs of success. Without that kind of overwhelming power, it was unrealistic for either side to suppress the other side. Under such circumstances, there was no Emperor-King level figure to suppress the world. This gave these invincible heroes the space to display their skills. It was different from Yi Shiwen thousands of years ago, when he had left all his peers behind. Now, Yi Shiwen had become the dominant force. It had progressed to the stage where heroes were vying for supremacy in the world. These peerless heroes also embarked on the path of breaking through to the sovereign emperor realm one after another. Many old monsters who had lived for countless years exclaimed. It was as if they had seen the super golden era before the second war against the heavens. At that stage, the heavenly race had many emperor-level masters. Not to mention the allied forces, there were also many emperor-level masters. Since ancient times, there had never been such a powerful time. The battle between emperor-level masters was originally an extremely precious scene. However, it seemed to have become a standard in that era. After that, the heavens and the myriad worlds seemed to have exhausted their vitality and luck. There were some scattered people who achieved Tao. The most recent one was the Emperor Qin of the modern times. Now, it seemed that after countless years of recuperation, the heavens and the myriad worlds had regained their vitality. All kinds of geniuses were about to rush out like a volcano eruption. These invincible geniuses who were famous in this era, if any of them appeared in other eras, they might be like Yi Shiwen thousands of years ago. They might even have the qualifications to become emperor level. Therefore, in the opinion of many people, if these people were given the opportunity to grow, they might even achieve Tao. Moreover, not only one of them would achieve Tao. It would form a terrifying, chaotic battle between Emperor-level masters. It would recreate the war against the heavens and the myriad worlds countless years ago. In that case, it would really be a super golden era. Even if it was just now, these young people had already overshadowed the limelight of those old monsters who were famous in the past. They were the strongest, and a storm was about to rise. And in such a situation, an amazing news came. Chapter 2933. 3,000 years of golden era had nurtured countless geniuses. Perhaps not all of them were as outstanding as Yi Wudi and the others, but they had far surpassed any era in the past. These people could be regarded as outstanding in any previous era. They could be called the heroes of the generation. However, in this super golden era, they were all buried in the shadows of those heroes. Amidst the countless exchanges of information, a piece of news exploded in the universe. Someone had become an emperor. His aura of becoming an emperor shook the entire universe. Everyone could feel it. It was as if the world was changing. Countless rules were surging. Even the most remote places could faintly feel a pressure crushing their hearts. That terrifying power made people shiver, and an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped everyone in the transaction. Some creatures without much intelligence lay on the ground, trembling, not daring to get up. It was as if they were kneeling to the monarch of the world. Only some places protected by the Emperor's array could resist this pressure. This was the heavenly Tao cheering for the new emperor. The monarch of heaven and earth should have this kind of majesty, this kind of treatment. Soon, when everyone was still guessing who the person was, a piece of news came from the Sky Clan. The real person who obtained the Tao was DNI, not Yishuin or anyone else. This answer was within everyone's expectations. At the same time, many people were disappointed. In the end, Yishuin was not the one who obtained the Tao. Among these people, there was no doubt that DNI was the most likely and had the highest chance of attaining the Tao. It wasn't only because he had the guidance and inheritance of the emperor. Most importantly, he had the opportunity to become an emperor that Yi Shiwen didn't have. In this aspect, no one could compare with him. Even so, many people were still looking forward to it. Perhaps Yi Shiwen still had a chance. Compared to others, Yi Shiwen's chance was undoubtedly much higher. Others had just begun to break through to the emperor realm, but Yi Shiwen had already begun to break through to the emperor realm. Although it was much shorter than those old monsters, he was recognized as the second person who had the possibility of obtaining the Tao besides DNI. However, DNI was still one step ahead of them. Everyone sighed and began to panic. The first monarch appeared in the celestial race. Everything was like a domino, collapsing. After the DNI became an emperor, he would be able to break the seal. At that time, even more Tian clan emperor monarchs would pass through the seal and come to the myriad heavens. At that time, a few imperial monarchs would join forces, and the entire universe would fall into their hands. No one would be able to stop the celestial race's attack. Therefore, just the fact that the Arch-Defiant had attained the Tao was not enough to make them despair. What truly made them despair was the fact that many imperial emperors would cross realms in the future, causing the entire universe to fall into their hands. After receiving the news that DNI had obtained the Tao, many of the originally wavering races all fell at the feet of the Tian clan, fighting to be the first, afraid that if they were too late, they would be crushed to death by the Tian clan. For a time, the Tian clan's momentum soared, and the momentum of the various allied armies plummeted. Even the core of the three races, the human, demon, and demon races, couldn't help but feel a little pompous when facing an unfathomable existence like the celestial race's emperor monarch. Emperor lords were too powerful. Even if they had methods to restrain emperor lords, they could only restrain them. They couldn't really deal with them. For a time, everyone in the universe was in a state of panic. The Tian clan issued a declaration that those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. They demanded that the allied armies of the various races surrender. Otherwise, once they were breached, there would be no survivors. Under this declaration, there were indeed many people who were secretly colluding with the Tian clan. Although integrity was important, it was not as important as the survival of the race and forces. After the Arch Defiant attained the Tao, the Tian clan regained their high and mighty attitude. It was as if they were going to repeat the situation before the first war against the heavens, and recreate the glory of that time. Moreover, the Tian clan had issued a must-kill list, asking the allied armies of the various races to hand over the people on the list. Among them, the first one was Yi Shiwen, who had repeatedly opposed the Tian clan, followed by the lord of the ancient heavenly court, Yi Wudi, and many other famous young talents. This time, the Tian clan planned to capture all the young talents of the various races in one fell swoop. Those top experts of the older generation were also asked to commit suicide in order to preserve the race. Such a race and force, old and young, would all be captured in one fell swoop. Even if they survived, there would be no hope. After obtaining this must-kill list, many people were ready to make a move. In many people's opinion, if these people's sacrifices could be exchanged for their survival, then it would be worth it. After all, it was better to die than to die. If they still couldn't agree to the Tian clan's request, then when the Tian clan's many emperor lords crossed over, they would really trample the world. Some people with weak wills began to clamor for the people on the list to voluntarily accept death. However, there were also many people who were furious, because those on the list were all the most outstanding elites of their teachers or sects. It was unknown how many years it would take for such an elite to appear, but they were going to die just like that. No one was willing. Because of this, many people thought back to the endless dark times before the first war against the heavens. The Tian clan that rose up first suppressed the 10,000 worlds, and all the outstanding talents either joined the Tian clan as their lackeys, or were captured and tortured to death. In those countless dark years, it was unknown how many clan elders voluntarily walked into the Tian clan's butcher knife. For the survival of their clan, after their cultivation reached a certain level, they entered the Tian clan's cage. Some of the bigger threats were killed on the spot, and the smaller threats were imprisoned, never to see the light of day again. They used their flesh and blood and magic power to contribute to the rise of the Tian clan. Of course, they were unwilling, but once they refused, they would immediately welcome the Tian clan's army. Wherever the iron hooves passed, everything would turn into nothingness, and their clan would be exterminated, disappearing from the 10,000 worlds. Even so, every once in a while, their clan would have to contribute their most valiant warriors to the void to fight in an unknown direction. No one knew where it was, and none of these people could survive in the end. Their clan struggled painfully under the rule of the Tian clan from generation to generation. Under the rule of the Tian clan, everyone lived an incomparably sullen life. It was a dark and chaotic time. It was engraved in the blood of every race. It could be forgotten, but at this point, everyone suddenly remembered it. That period of time was simply too dark. No one wanted to return to those days, especially when the people in charge were the top experts of the various races. They were the targets that the Tian clan had to kill. Even if everyone surrendered, they would not surrender. Otherwise, they would die without a burial ground. Fight to the death. Even if we fight to the last man, our human clan will never retreat. In the face of the arrogant declaration of the Tian clan, the Ji family, the Shinnon clan, and the Martial sect, the three great emperors' inheritances, all spoke together and responded forcefully. There was no room for retreat. Without a doubt, once the Tian clan regained control of the world, the emperor's inheritances would definitely be a thorn in their side. They would be the first targets to be eradicated. Others could retreat, everyone could retreat, but they could not retreat. Soon, the two giants, the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan, also spoke, especially the Emperor's inheritances. They all faced it head-on, leaving no room for others to retreat. The Tian Clan didn't seem to care at all. Even if they didn't surrender, it would only delay their death a little. They would die sooner or later. They had absolute confidence in themselves. so they didn't have the slightest thought of compromising. The allied forces of the various races were extremely sullen, but at the same time, they were also very hot-blooded. Everyone was forced to a dead end. There were even valiant warriors from all over the world who went to assassinate DNI with unparalleled methods. However, the result was within their expectations. Even though they had methods to restrain the emperor, they still failed. They could only restrain the emperor when they were defending. Taking the initiative to attack an emperor was truly courting death. The actions of these valiant warriors completely angered the Tian clan. The Tian clan attacked again and again, directly wiping out several strongholds of the allied forces of the various races. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Who knew how many hundreds of millions of experts from the allied forces of the various races were all annihilated under the iron hooves of the Tian clan? No matter how amazing the defense was, it couldn't withstand a single blow from DNI. After he broke the defensive formation, the iron hooves of the Tian clan rushed in and trampled the stronghold. Countless experts died tragically, and only a few managed to escape. Because DNI had sealed the space, no one could leave through the spatial formation. In the end, it wasn't the Tian clan who attacked at all, but the vassals of the Tian clan. After betraying the allied forces of the various races, their vassals were especially fierce. They were also trying to show their usefulness to the Tian clan and not be killed. The world was sad. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the invasion of the Tian clan. After DNI consolidated his cultivation, he would attack. With him as the arrowhead, even the headquarters of the allied forces of the various races would be in danger of being annihilated. Although there were many methods left behind by the emperor back then, without the emperor there, they could only use 1/10 of their power. Does God really love the Tian clan so much that he wants us to become slaves of the Tian clan again and crawl under their feet? God, are you really going to give up on us? Why is this happening? All over the world, there was a cry of sorrow. Chapter 29:34. Everyone was trembling. It was as if they had seen the return of the heavenly clan in its heyday. It was so terrifying. Everyone could not help but feel terrified when they thought of the most serious and terrifying consequences. The previous 2 wars of resistance against the heavens were too tragic. But what was even more terrifying than the most tragic war was the endless dark years before the first war of resistance against the heavens. No one wanted to return to those days. All of a sudden, the entire myriad heavens and realms were in a state of turmoil. Everyone knew that after DNI attained the Tao, he was still consolidating and growing stronger. When the army of the Heaven clan would make their move would depend on when he made his move. This kind of waiting for death was the most torturous. Some people flocked to surrender to the heavenly clan, and some were silently preparing for the real final battle was about to come. At this time, no one expected that Yi Shiwen, who was originally in seclusion and had not seen anyone for 3,000 years, would suddenly come out. The secret alliance did not try to hide this news, so it quickly spread throughout the heavens and realms. Everyone could not understand why he chose to come out at this time. What was he trying to do? The heavenly clan even laughed at him. He had probably accepted his fate and knew that he would definitely not be able to attain Tao and become an emperor. So he came out of seclusion and prepared to die in the end. In this regard, the heavenly clan laughed at him, but the allied forces were completely silent, because, in their opinion, there was probably only one possibility. Otherwise, why would Yi Shiwen choose to come out at this time? It was probably because he was really planning to fight to the death. However, after Yi Shiwen came out of seclusion, the first thing he did was to summon the young heroes of the world and hold a truth discussion conference. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the heavens and realms. The truth discussion conference was already in such a situation, and he still had the mood to sit down and discuss Tao. This was something that many people had never expected. No one knew what he was up to. Yi Shiwen had sent invitations to many young heroes who had become famous in the last 3,000 years. Many people didn't respect Yi Shiwen very much. In fact, many people believed that Yi Shiwen had been in the limelight in the past because he hadn't bumped into them. As the saying goes, when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes the king. However, Yi Shiwen had the title of the top person in the world for such a long time after all. Before DNI achieved Tao, no one dared to say that they could defeat Yi Shiwen. Therefore, when he sent the invitation, whether it was out of respect, curiosity to see what Yi Shiwen was like, or other purposes, they all agreed to come. Moreover, there were many people who wanted to know what kind of method this former number one person would use to deal with the rise of the Tian clan. Therefore, many people who didn't receive an invitation also moved upon hearing the news. Originally, there were only 50 people on Yi Shiwen's invitation list. In any case, with Yi Shiwen's identity and status, there were not many people who were qualified to enter his eyes, even in the super golden era where there were many masters. But in reality, there were 1,000 times more people coming here without permission, and there were even more people on the way. Suddenly, the entire secret alliance was in an uproar. The secret alliance hadn't been so lively for a long time because Yi Shiwen was in closed-door training. Especially after the opening of the Golden Era, many super geniuses appeared in every family, and the eyes of all the worlds were not only focused on Yi Shiwen. Now that Yi Shiwen suddenly came out of closed-door training, he attracted so many supermasters, which also made many people secretly sigh. No matter how many people said that they looked down on Yi Shiwen, felt that when there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became the king, and felt that his reputation did not match his reality, but just by looking at the fact that so many famous super geniuses were invited to the Truth Discussion Conference, they knew that his influence was still there. No matter whether they admitted it or not, the power and reputation of the world's number one person in the past 3,000 years had not decreased. Silence did not mean that he had declined, but he was accumulating his foundation. 3,000 years ago, there were still many people who were disdainful of Yi Shiwen's title of the world's number one person, but now not many people dared to say anything. It seemed that they had already acquiesced. Things like foundation were like this, developing bit by bit. Yi Shiwen held the Truth Discussion Conference, and the first to respond was the ancient Heavenly Court. Yi Shiwen and Yi Wudi's young Kuan-pong had a very good relationship, and this was already known to everyone, as they had already ascended to a high position, and their strength was even more at the peak of the world. These things had become even more popular topics of discussion. Then Ji Renwang, Ji Xianhuang, and others of the Heaven Realm immediately agreed. In addition, Ling Tian of the Fallen Angel clan also immediately agreed. Ling Fei, who was originally rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with Yi Shiwen, didn't come because she was in closed-door training. Then the other royal families of the demon race, the Dragon Island, the ancient Phoenix Realm, and so on, all the giants who were either on good terms with Yi Shiwen or had grievances with Yi Shiwen also responded at this time. This made the forces of the Celestial Clan, who were originally waiting to watch a good show and see Shiwen as a joke, even more dumbfounded. They never expected that after 3,000 years, Yi Shiwen's influence didn't retreat, but increased instead. 3,000 years' time was not long, but it was not short either. Those who had just risen might not know how awe-inspiring Yi Shiwen was in the past, but the most mainstream top masters in the world now had experienced the incident of Yi Shiwen forcibly breaking into the Celestial Clan's camp. He alone beat the Celestial Clan to the point that they couldn't fight back and could only defend the Celestial Clan's camp. Later, he even forced the Celestial Clan to withdraw their forces. Since ancient times, only he had done it. These things continued to ferment in the past 3,000 years, and he continued to add points. If it wasn't for the Inverse Emperor's enlightenment to save the situation, the Celestial Clan wouldn't be able to raise their heads under Yi Shiwen's suppression. Many people were wringing their wrists and sighing. In terms of strength and foundation, Yi Shiwen had it all. The only thing he lacked was the opportunity to attain enlightenment. It would be great if the opportunity to attain enlightenment fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. In any case, It was much better than being under the celestial clan's hands. Among those who had risen in the world, many of them were the group of people who had personally experienced the storm on the Kurfürst Road. Thinking of this, they were especially wringing their wrists and sighing. How could the world be blinded by the opportunity to become an emperor? But now that things had come to this, there was no other way. Yi Shiwen's Truth Discussion Conference set off a shocking wave, but he himself didn't have the slightest change. He no longer cultivated in seclusion, but entered an extremely leisurely state. Every day he drank tea, looked around, and walked around. If one didn't look at his strength, they would even think that he was just a new disciple of the Hidden Alliance. Of course, most of the time was spent with his family. Yi Shiwen had been in seclusion for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. There was very little time for him to accompany his family, so he naturally had to seize the time to accompany them. A few days later, the first batch of guests arrived. They were none other than Yi Wudi and young Kuan-Pong, who are currently the lord of the ancient heavenly court and the master of myriad demons. If it was said that their sudden rise to high positions was due to the legacy of their predecessors, then now they truly had such strength and qualifications. No one dared to doubt that even if they weren't emperor lords, they were one of the strongest people under the emperor lords. On a flat ground on a beautiful mountain peak, Yi Shiwen and the other two were lying on the grass. The spirit beasts that were caught from an unknown place were roasted by the three of them. The fragrance assailed their nostrils, and the fine wine that had been buried underground for thousands of years was opened up. For a time, the aroma of barbecue and fine wine wandered at the tip of their noses. The three of them ate and drank to their heart's content, as if they had returned to the past. Now that they thought about it, they were still young at that time. They didn't have so many troubles. Ha ha ha! This reminds me of the time when I was in Yuan school. You little brat, relying on the fact that I was a true disciple, you caught the spirit beasts of other people's hilltop and roasted them and ate them. If I hadn't taken care of the aftermath for you, you would have been beaten to death. Yi Shiwen laughed and said while lying on the grass, not wanting to think about anything, "That was because I let them have it easy. Even if they had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough for me to kill." Yudi naturally said, unwilling to be outdone. Yi Shiwen just curled his lips in disdain. He naturally saw how weak Yi Wudi was back then. Yi Wudi's strength was inferior to Yi Shiwen's back then. Of course, Yi Wudi was still inferior to Yi Shiwen now. And you don't laugh. You've been a foodie since you were young. You really eat everything and are not picky about anything. Qin Bai looked at young Kuan-Pong and couldn't help but feel angry and amused. Yi Shiwen thought that he was a prodigal, but compared to young Kuan-Pong, there was no comparison at all. That guy's strength was completely based on the accumulation of resources. There were no bottlenecks in cultivation at all. As long as the resources kept up, his cultivation would rise rapidly. Even Yi Wudi was inferior to him. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. There really was such a thing as a genius and a monster in this world. Although he was also called a genius and a monster, outsiders didn't know much about him. He had many fortuitous encounters to achieve what he had today, and he also had the help of the mysterious space. Otherwise, how could he be compared to these geniuses? Ha ha ha, I remember. You almost angered him to death. Yi Wudi laughed. Clearly, the memory of young Kuan-Pong, who was a foodie, was still fresh. Ever since I knew him, he was a prodigal. However, no matter how much he lost, he couldn't eat as much as you. Oh my, I almost died of laughter. I can only eat a little. Young Kuan-Pong said very innocently. This was his weakness. There was nothing more to say. By the way, you still have the leisure to hold a Tao discussion. What do you want? Yi Wudi couldn't help but ask after teasing young Kuan-Pong. What else can I want? I want to kill DNI. Chapter 2935. What else can I do? I want to kill DNI. Yi Shiwen's expression was calm when he said this. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant, like what to eat for dinner. If others heard this, they would probably faint. Those who didn't know would think that he was planning to kill some insignificant person. That was Dni, the first emperor in the world after Emperor Qin. What kind of existence was an emperor? It was the greatest existence since ancient times. Although Dni had some tricks to become an emperor, it was a completely different matter when he really stepped into the emperor realm. A quasi-emperor wanting to kill an emperor was completely crazy. Or was he completely crazy? Those who didn't know would think that he was stimulated by something. Or rather, he was driven crazy by the great power of the heavenly race. That was why he had such an idea. However, the people here were all Yi Shiwen's trusted brothers. Their thinking circuits had long been modified by Yi Shiwen. The first reaction in their minds wasn't that Yi Shiwen was crazy, but rather, did he really intend to do this? What was he planning to do? That's an emperor. What are you going to do? Young Kuin Peng asked without hesitation. What am I going to do? Just say it. That kid has been very arrogant recently. Damn, I want to kill him too. Yuudi flipped over and said, but it's not that easy to kill him. Although that kid is using tricks, he is an emperor after all. Young Kuin Peng also became serious. If there were others watching here, they would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Shiwen was already crazy. As a quasi-emperor, he wanted to kill an emperor, but these two were actually discussing the feasibility of it seriously. If we can lure him to our heavenly court and activate the heavenly cycle star formation, with a few Tao tools to suppress the formation, we can toy with him to death. Even if we can't kill him, we can still suppress him for thousands of years. Yiwudi touched his chin and began to seriously consider. Of course, Yiwudi had such confidence. The ancient heavenly court had more than one emperor. Naturally, they had methods and confidence that other emperors' inheritances did not have. Probably only the emperor clan, the Ji family, could suppress the ancient heavenly court. Even though they had been in decline for many years, many of their foundations were still not visible to outsiders. Especially after Yi Wudi's painstaking efforts for so many years, he had already recovered some of his former glory. He is not that stupid. That kid is too smart. He has failed several times to kill him. How can he go to the heavenly court now? Young Kuin Peng shook his head. This idea was still not realistic. A single monarch was not enough to make the myriad worlds panic to such an extent. After all, there were still some monarchs who had inherited some methods to counter the monarchs. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, they could still threaten the monarchs. What truly made them despair was that there were many Tian clan monarchs on the other side of the seal. Once they broke through the seal and collectively crossed over, that would truly change the heavens. Chinduit, this kid is more than I am. Chinit, he is still too. He is too early to become an emperor. Is you, Yen Chen as I will him, I Tian di on should I say. He, Tian as I said, Yi. Tian as I have say. If his words were to be spread, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Even those old monsters at the peak of the emperor stage who had broken through to the emperor's realm for millions of years did not dare to say that they were confident. How can you be so sure? Yi Shiwen asked. He was also a little curious. The world is different now, Yi Wudi said. Actually, at our level, we might not be worse than those ancient emperors before they achieved the Tao, especially you. Even if you count all those ancient emperors, I'm afraid there aren't many who can compare to you. But why is it that so many people achieved the Tao in the past, but after so many years, no one has been able to? Because the heavens do not allow it. There is a shackle that locks everyone, Yi Wudi said. Seeing that the two of them were looking at him strangely, he quickly said, Don't look at me. I didn't say it. The demon emperor said it. The reason why I and some others were sealed until this generation is because the shackle of the heavens will be loosened in this generation. This is what the demon emperor calculated with the river chart and the book of the Luo. River chart and the book of the Luo? the legendary river chart, and the book of the Luo that can calculate all the mysteries of heaven? Yi Shiwen's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, in order to calculate this, even a powerful person like the Demon Emperor spent millions of years of martial power. How can it be so easy to pry into the mysteries of heaven? Yi Wudi nodded and said, "All these years, my cultivation has gradually increased, and I've also begun to unlock many of the ancient Heavenly Court's secret manuals. I've seen many ancient secrets. The secret manuals left behind by the Demon Emperor mentioned that although the number of sovereign emperors in the world is not fixed, there's a limit to how much the world can accommodate. When this limit is exceeded, he will consciously control the number of sovereign emperors and suppress the creation of sovereign emperors." Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. If this was the control of the heavens, then it could be explained. But thinking about it, it was also true. It was already very terrifying to have 10 emperors in the world at the same time. If 100 or 200 emperors were in the world at the same time, the heavens would be destroyed 8 or 10 times over, especially when the emperors took action. Destroying the world would be like playing a game. Who could withstand such destruction? Now, apart from DNI, the only Emperor Ming who still exists is probably Emperor Ming. The others are either sealed, exiled, gone, or dead. Compared to the time when there were many emperors, they are not on the same level. The world will also unconsciously loosen its control. When that time comes, the world will rise again, and the emperors will rule the world. Although I don't know who will become the emperor, it will be nothing compared to the desolation we are experiencing now. Yi Wudi said, "Now is the end of the confinement period. At most, there will be 10,000 years left. Everything will change. Obviously, the heavenly race also knows this, so they will not give us 10,000 years. When the heavenly race rules the world, all the races will not have a chance to rise again. Even if there is another emperor, it will appear in the heavenly race, not among the races." It was a race against time. It was truly a race against time. Perhaps many people did not expect that there was such a plot behind all this. The world was never fair, and the one with the most schemes would win. That's not right. After the Second War of Resistance, there were still many emperors who became emperors. Young Kuan Peng said, obviously thinking of something, "Those were all tricks, and they were more or less related to the opportunity to become emperors on the Kurfürst Road. Those who used tricks would eventually pay the price. Although I don't know how the person who set up the Kurfürst Road did it, there must be a huge hidden danger. During the confinement period, only the Qin Emperor managed to tear apart the confinement of the heavenly way and become an emperor with his own strength. Therefore, he is very strong, very strong. So many emperors in history, he is ranked among the top." Yi Wudi said, "What a pity. If you could become an emperor during the imprisonment period, then you might be able to replicate the miracle of the Qin Emperor again. That guy who relied on the opportunity to become an emperor would definitely not be your match. The great Tao was 50, and the heavenly evolution was 49. After all, there was a chance of survival, and everything would not be destroyed. It's a pity. Time waits for no man." Yi Wudi said unwillingly, "So what do you plan to do? How do you kill him?" He racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure out how to kill an emperor as a quasi-emperor. I can attract the great tribulation of the emperor at any time." Yi Shiwen said, "What?" Yi Wudi and young Kuan Peng were shocked and jumped up, because they seemed to have heard the most incredible thing. "Do you really think that I haven't done anything in the past 3,000 years?" Yi Shiwen said lightly, "I obtained a part of the inheritance of the Great Star Emperor before, so in fact, I have already reached that boundary. During this period of time, I have been preparing for the Great Tribulation. The more I reach that realm, the more I can feel that the Great Tribulation is not far away. 1,000 years ago, I tried my best to suppress my cultivation so that I would not attract the Great Tribulation prematurely. This time when I came out of seclusion, it was only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that I am ready. Since you are ready, why don't you go through the Great Tribulation? Young Kuan, Peng asked with a little doubt. Stupid, with his sinister character, he can obviously go through the Great Tribulation. But he doesn't go through it. What else can he do? It is most likely because of that guy, Emperor and I. Yi Wudi said with a smile. Yi Shiwen suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know whether Yi Wudi knew him best, or that this guy was thinking the same thing as him. Sort of. If I go through the Great Tribulation now, with the character of Emperor and I, and the conservative thoughts of some of the old sects in the Tian clan, they will definitely not let Emperor and I fight with me. Once the Emperor and the Emperor meet, the result will definitely be earth-shattering. Yi Shiwen said, If Emperor and I hides, with so many tricks left by the previous Emperor of the Tian clan, it will be extremely difficult for me to kill him. If he is the only Emperor in the Tian clan, it will be good, and I don't have to take such a risk. However, if he calmly waits for 1,000 years, breaks the seal, and the other emperors of the Tian clan cross the seal, then we will have no hope at all. So before that, I must find a way to lure him out. Yi Shiwen said seriously, Now that I have held this truth discussion conference, on the surface, it is for the truth discussion conference, but in fact, it is to attract him here. I have fought with him many times, and I have won more than lost. He will definitely be unwilling and come to kill me. Will anyone think that there is any risk for an emperor to kill a quasi-emperor? Even the most stubborn and conservative old antiques in the Tian clan will not stop him. At that time, it will be time for us to really fight back. Chapter 2936. Yi Wudi and young Kuan Peng's eyes widened. No matter how they thought about it, they never thought that there would be such a reason. It was really too crazy, seeing that Yi Shiwen was planning to kill a sovereign emperor with a serious look on his face. Both of them felt that it was completely unreal. Is he really going to kill a sovereign emperor? Is he just going to kill a random person on the roadside? Yi Shiwen's plan made the two people who trusted Yi Shiwen the most feel like they were going to go crazy. But even so, you have to understand one thing. No matter what, you haven't really become an emperor yet. So here's the problem. Yi Wudi said slowly, How can you guarantee that you won't be killed during the heavenly tribulation? In any case, you are only a quasi-emperor. I'm afraid you can't stop the inverse emperor's surprise attack. The surprise attack of an emperor could destroy a world with one blow. How to stop such a terrifying, invincible existence was the key to this plan. Yes, this is the key point. This is the core of today's question, Yi Shiwen faintly said. How can we resist the sneak attack of an emperor-level expert? If it was on the side of the heavenly court, there would be a way to stop him. But here it's hard to say. Yi Wudi shook his head and said, I have been preparing for this all these years. In the past 3,000 years, my original body has been cultivating, but my spirit incarnation has been outside. I have read a lot of information. I have even been to the martial arts sect. I found out that during the Second Anti-Heaven War, in order to kill an emperor of the heavenly clan, the allied forces of the various clans had set up a 5 yuan heaven punishment formation. 5 emperors were scattered in different directions, and even a real emperor could be killed quickly. Yi Shiwen said faintly, But there must be 5 emperors. Where can we find 5 emperors for you? With so many emperors, the inverse emperor would have been killed long ago. Yi Wudi couldn't help but complain. Although we don't have 5 emperors, we don't have to kill the inverse emperor with the 5 yuan heaven punishment formation. We just need to stop him. There are other ways. Although we can't find 5 emperors, we can get 5 Dao weapons. Yi Shiwen said, 5 Dao artifacts will definitely be enough. TCH, only you would dare to say something like that. Yi Wudi said, feeling somewhat speechless. 5 Dao artifacts. Any Dao artifact, even if it appeared in the inheritance of an emperor lord, would be extremely precious, let alone 5 Dao artifacts. It was not easy to gather all 5 Dao artifacts. It could even be said to be an impossible task. That was because it was impossible for Sovereign Lord's legacy to lend a Tao artifact to another Sovereign Lord's legacy. This was especially true for other Sovereign Lord's legacies. It was too dangerous, and it was possible that the Sovereign Lord would not be able to return. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He did not have the inheritance of an emperor, but he had such strength. He was the most unique. Moreover, everyone knew that he had 2 complete Tao tools on him. In this case, the quest was already 2/5 complete. All right, no problem. I've also brought the Demon Emperor's bell. It should be able to help you, right? Yi Wudi said, "Count me in. I also have the Yin-Yang 2 worlds diagram with me." Young Kuan Peng said with a smile, "Look, there are 4 of them." Yi Shiwen said with a smile, "There is one more. The rest will not be so easy. You can also use the devil worship to block them." Yi Wudi said, "No, the devil worship is damaged after all. Although it is powerful, it can easily become a fatal flaw in the 5 Yuan Heaven punishment Great Array. If the inverse emperor attacks this weakness, then the Great Array is very likely to be broken." Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, rejecting this option, "Otherwise, you won't borrow it from the martial sect. Although the martial sect has always supported you, they may not be willing to help at this time." Yi Wudi said. Yi Shiwen nodded. Although his relationship with the martial sect was very good, there was still a gap between them. He was not like Yi Wudi and young Kuan Peng, who wholeheartedly helped him. As long as he asked, they would have no problem climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames. "I don't expect the martial sect to lend me their Tao tools, but I have already sent someone to contact them and ask them to help me block the other Tao tools of the Tian clan." Yi Shiwen said, "To deal with the inverse emperor alone, it would consume a total of 5 Tao tools. However, if the Tao tools of the other Tian clan were included, then the problem would become more serious and complicated." "Who is the last one?" Young Kuan Peng could not help but ask. "Meng Han, she has come out. She will bring the phoenix robe to help me." Yi Shiwen said, "Oh, it is her. She has finally come out. This closed-door training is really long. I don't know what benefits she has obtained." Yi Wudi nodded. If it was Hua Menghan, then there was no need to explain anything. However, it is not enough to just have the Tao tools. You also need 5 experts of similar level. Otherwise, you will not be able to stop the inverse emperor. He, you, Qian Menghan Yimo, 5 peak quasi-emperors, plus 5 Tao tools. I think no one in this world can stop an ID if such a lineup can't stop him. He has just become an emperor, so he shouldn't be that strong yet." Yi Shiwen slowly said, "He has just become an emperor. So you've thought everything through." Yi Wudi said, "There is nothing to say. When the time comes, just say it. However, I am not familiar with the 5 Yuan Punishing Heaven formation, so I need to familiarize myself with it in advance. Well, I have engraved the 5 Yuan Punishing Heaven formation in the jade slip. It should not be difficult for you to take a look. I will give you some time." Yi Shiwen's palm flew, and the jade slip turned into 2 rays of light and flew into the hands of Yi Wudi and young Kuan Peng. The 2 of them began to look at it without any hesitation. No matter how confident they were or how determined they were to help Yi Shiwen, he was, after all, the most terrifying expert in the world. In today's world, no one could defeat him except Ming Di. They could look down on the opponent strategically, but they had to pay attention to the tactics. "Ha ha ha, no problem. Just leave it to me. I feel my blood boiling just thinking about it. I've never done something like this in my life as a quasi-emperor against an emperor. I think it might be the last time in my life. I must do it with a bang." Yi Wudi finished reading very quickly. "Ha ha ha, no problem. Leave it to me." Although the 5 Yuan Punishing Heaven formation was extremely complicated and involved many principles of formations, for experts like them, they only needed to look at it once to remember it all in their minds. Everything will have to wait for the day of the conference. Yi Shiwen murmured. His expression was still calm, but the sharp light in his eyes could not be hidden and burst out. Because of Yi Shiwen's conference, the Hidden Alliance began to get busy. Although Yi Shiwen did not choose the venue of the conference in the Hidden Alliance, as the host, the Hidden Alliance still had to send many disciples to set up the venue and entertain the experts who came from all sides. Everyone in the Hidden Alliance was puzzled. Why did the leader of the Hidden Alliance not choose the Hidden Valley for such a grand event? However, Yi Shiwen's prestige was very high at this time. Even if some people were a little puzzled, no one dared to say anything on this issue. Soon, experts arrived one after another, which greatly widened the horizons of the Hidden Alliance's disciples who went to welcome the guests. Although the Hidden Alliance had been developing nonstop for 3,000 years, it was still relatively weak. In these 3,000 years, apart from the original Hidden King, Yi Mo, and Yi Qianshan, there were also a few people who had truly stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. However, there was still a huge gap compared to the elites and top experts of the myriad worlds. However, those who came to watch the ceremony did not dare to be presumptuous. Although these Hidden Alliance's disciples were insignificant compared to them, Yi Shiwen was not someone they could afford to provoke. There were many people who disliked Yi Shiwen, but no one dared to deny his strength. Even the most arrogant and conceited person did not dare to say that he could easily take down Yi Shiwen. In Yi Shiwen's territory, they naturally had to give Yi Shiwen enough face. Especially in these 3,000 years, many super experts who had never appeared before had appeared. Many people had never seen Yi Shiwen before. Those who were weak or slightly weaker had already arrived in advance and sat in the special space that had just been opened up. Although these people did not have invitations, the Hidden Alliance did not dare to really drive them away. They could only serve them well one by one. As the time of the Truth Discussion Conference was getting closer and closer, more and more experts had arrived. The situation of many quasi-emperors had begun to appear. However, these big shots who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the myriad worlds were well behaved here. Although the quasi-emperors were strong, they were not enough in front of Yi Shiwen. Even if Yi Shiwen did not make a move, Yi Mo and Yi Qianshan, who had killed countless people to establish their prestige in these years, were not ordinary people. How would they dare to be presumptuous? As more and more experts arrived, the voices of discussion also became more and more intense. Especially those famous young experts had become the focus of everyone's discussion. In particular, the number of people who had come to give face to Yi Shiwen had also become the focus of speculation. Some people had even opened a gambling house to see how many people would come. Needless to say, many people really had the money to bet. How many people do you think will come this time? There are so many young supreme experts. No one knows how many experts have appeared in the super golden era. There should be a lot of people. Although Yi Shiwen's reputation as the former #1 person is no longer valuable, his prestige is still there. He might even be more famous than Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2937. Too many big shots have appeared in recent years. Any one of them was not inferior to any of them in the mythological era. Not to mention, all of them are outstanding geniuses now. I'm afraid that some people are not convinced by Yi Shiwen. Not convinced? Then let them go and have a look at the heavenly race's main camp. Let's see whether they can survive or not. However, some people felt indignant. After all, Yi Shiwen's battle achievements had been achieved through fighting. He hadn't been flattered by anyone. After all, he had become the world's most powerful expert by killing the previous world's most powerful expert. So, he hadn't been bragging about himself. But it's really hard to say. After all, their cultivation has reached the limit. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen is, can he surpass the quasi-emperor realm? Moreover, Yi Shiwen had only reached the peak 3,000 years earlier than them. How big a gap of 3,000 years can be. Everything is full of unknowns. There are probably not many people who can go against Yi Shiwen. The Dark King of the Dark Kingdom is one of them. The Dark King has traveled all over the world and has yet to meet a worthy opponent. It's rare for a descendant of the Dark Kingdom to be born. Moreover, he is so high profile. If he isn't powerful, then he wouldn't be flattered by so many people. That's true. He is really powerful. However, I guess he won't dare to come. I think more than 1 or 2 people know about the grudge between Yi Shiwen and the Dark Kingdom. The Dark Kingdom has released the news that they will kill Yi Shiwen. How can Yi Shiwen not kill the disciples of the Dark Kingdom when he sees them? Once they meet, it will inevitably be another tragic battle. Apart from him, there are also a few outstanding big shots from several big devil clans. Shen Nong of the Human Clan, Ji Xianhuang of the Emperor Clan, Ji Renwang of the Martial Great Sect, Yu Wudi of the Demon Race, and the descendant of the Demon Master, Kun Peng. So many experts have gathered together. I can't help but feel my blood boiling. Yes, only Yi Shiwen has such rallying power. Apart from him, who else can make these heaven-warping geniuses come willingly? Soon, the first genius who was truly famous in the world appeared. He was dressed in a green robe and looked peerless. The arrival of this person made the world silent. He was more powerful than thousands of people. I didn't expect it to be him. No one knows who he is. It is said that he is a god worshipped by a certain world. Everyone thinks that he is a tree god, but no one knows what tree his body is. Some guess that it might be a world tree, while others said that it is an ancient tree of life. He is so powerful. Someone revealed the identity of the newcomer, causing a commotion among the crowd. It was rare for experts to appear in the plant element, but once they did, they would definitely be super experts. Whether it was the world tree or the ancient tree of life, they were both unimaginably powerful and mystical trees. It was possible that they had existed since the creation of the world. Such an expert did not appear earlier or later, but appeared at this moment. It seemed to confirm the theory of a super golden era. There were also people who said that he had been sleeping since ancient times and only started to cultivate in the current era. In short, he was very strong. After the tree god, very quickly the second peerless great figure arrived. This time, it was the supreme youth of the human race, Ji Xianhuang. He represented the Emperor clan, the Ji family. Originally, with his own identity and the identity of the Emperor clan, he should not have come so early. However, he could not wait any longer and directly came first. If it was said that he and Yi Shiwen were at the same starting line in the past, or even stronger than Yi Shiwen, then from thousands of years ago he had already fallen far behind Yi Shiwen. It was fine if he could not compare to Ji Renwang. After all, he was still a disciple of the Ji family. But what was so special about Yi Shiwen? He could not wait to fight with Yi Shiwen and let everyone see that he had not spent these thousands of years in vain. After Ji Xianhuang messed up the order, many people no longer had any order. Ji Renwang arrived soon after and was quickly welcomed. Ji Renwang and Yi Shiwen had fought side by side in the past. Not to mention, Martial Great Master had helped Yi Shiwen several times, so it was reasonable for him to take the seat of honor. At this moment, Yi Mo finally appeared. These heavyweight experts weren't people that ordinary people could suppress. Only his presence could suppress them. After Ji Renwang, another incomparably ugly man walked over. His arrival made everyone feel as if they were in a demonic land. Azura, it's him. I didn't expect him to give Yi Shiwen face. Didn't they say that he was born from the Azura demon, Lord's blood essence, and was born as a god? He is invincible and does not put anyone in his eyes. He is also the only Azura tribe member who dares to call himself Azura. After Azura arrived, he also joined the seats at the top. There were not many seats, but not everyone could sit on them. Those who dared to sit on them naturally had their own strength and confidence. Fallen angel clan's Ling Tian has arrived. Ling Tian's arrival quickly attracted the attention of countless people. This was because, compared to Azura, who had just arrived, one was so handsome that he had no friends, and the other was so ugly that he had no friends. They were like two completely different extremes. The two of them clearly did not see eye to eye. Their seats were also far away from each other, and they could not bear to look at each other. Why hasn't Yi Shiwen come out yet? Could it be that he looks down on us? Azura opened his mouth and pointed at Yi Shiwen with unparalleled sharpness. The monstrous demonic aura that he emitted also caused many people with weaker cultivations to start trembling. His astonishing strength was also displayed at this time. I'm sorry, Yi Shiwen is currently preparing for a very important matter. He will be here in a while. Everyone calm down. Moreover, not everyone has arrived yet. What's the hurry? Yi Emo glanced at Azura. Without saying a word, Azura's imposing manner was completely destroyed. Trying to play this trick in front of Yi Emo was not good enough. Azura just took a deep look at Yi Emo and did not speak. He did not act rashly. Even if he was arrogant, he did not have the confidence to face Yi Emo. Yi Emo was too strong, like a bottomless abyss. Such a person, even if he did not become an emperor, he was only a step away. Soon after Ling Tian, other young supreme devils arrived. They were all super geniuses who had become famous in recent years. None of them were from the older generation. It was precisely because so many invincible geniuses appeared in one go that many people speculated that these people had already existed for a long time. However, the major forces had hidden them and did not intend to let them out. Now that they had entered the super golden era, they let these people come to the front. Many people were a little strange. Why did the two young supreme devils of the demon clan, Yi Wudi and Kuin Pong, not come? Did they not give Yi Shiwen face? That was simply impossible. Who didn't know that they were already in the same boat? Why did they not come? Now, the demon race's side had more or less appeared, while the human race's side had more or less appeared. The true representatives of the demon clan had yet to appear. The three major races of the human, demon, and demon clans had almost arrived by the time they appeared. Then, the Truth Discussion Conference would almost begin. Although the other races had geniuses, they could not compare with these three major races. Of course, there were also the Dragon Island, the Ancient Phoenix World, and other worlds. However, they had always been conservative. So, they would most likely not come at this time and in the future. Shinnon girl has arrived, someone exclaimed. However, a fiery red light appeared in front of everyone while stepping on a ray of light. It was an extremely beautiful girl who was about 15 or 16 years old. Her face was brimming with a cheerful smile. She directly entered the main field. She is Shinnon girl. She looks so young. Although we can't judge a book by its cover, it seems that she is really young. I don't know. The Fire Cloud cave has not appeared for many years. In fact, there are even rumors in some worlds that the Fire Cloud cave had been destroyed. Who knew that such an amazing successor would appear in this era? Shinnon girl has come. What a rare guest. Yi Emo cupped his hands and said, Brother Yi has summoned me. How can I not come and see the world? The smile on Shinnon girl's face never faded. Everyone who saw her felt warm and comfortable. Ha ha ha! Yi Shiwen would be very happy if he knew that a beautiful junior like you would admire him. Yi Emo laughed out loud. Senior, you are making fun of me. Shinnon girl slightly opened her small mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. She smiled. She didn't care about the so-called image at all. However, it added a bit of sunny and lively temperament to her. You old bastard. You are making fun of me behind my back when I'm not here. A slightly embarrassed voice came from inside. A figure stepped on a ray of light in the void. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. 2 men and 2 women followed behind him. The 2 men were young Kuin Pong and Yi Wudi. The 2 women were Yi Qianqian and Hua Menghan. One was on the left and the other on the right. They were like fairies. The arrival of these people instantly made the venue lively. It turns out that Kuin Pong and Yi Wudi have already arrived. I was wondering why I didn't see them here. Who are the other 2? I only know the Jade Immortal, Yi Qianqian. Her reputation is not inferior to those peerless heroes in these years. You people have grown up in recent years. It's normal that you don't know her. She should be the outstanding talent of the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix world. She and Yi Shiwen are husband and wife. It's just that she has been in closed-door training all year round. I didn't expect that she would come out directly this time. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Yi Shiwen and the others took their seats. Yi Shiwen didn't wait for Yi Mo's trouble. Suddenly, an incomparably huge centipede crossed the void and came over. Its body was tens of millions of miles long. Its head had already arrived, but its tail was still tens of millions of miles away. It was impossible to count how many legs it had. This centipede had just arrived when its huge body danced. It was about to pierce through this temporarily open world. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen to see how he would deal with it, especially those Supreme Youth Masters. They opened their eyes wide. They wanted to see how different Yi Shiwen was from the rumors.